Hey everybody, it's the last show of the season, and it's a good one. Once again, we're releasing this as one episode. We know here at SRS how many people are out there spending the holidays alone, and so I want to give it to you all in one piece. It has been one hell of a year, and had some amazing guests. We've uncovered some incredible stories, exposed a lot of corruption, brought a lot of hope, did everything that I wanted to do this year, capped out at number 2 out of all podcasts. And, I just want to say that couldn't have done it without my team and, more importantly, my wife. And here at SRS, we would just want to wish all of you a Merry Christmas. And thank you. Thank you for watching the shows. Thank you for the support. Thank you for making this all possible, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. So if you get anything out of these, please head over to Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Leave us a review, like, comment, subscribe to the YouTube channel. And without further ado, please welcome my next guest, Mr. Ryan Hendrickson, a former Green Beret and just a all-around American hero, somebody that we can all look at as an example of what it means to be a great American and just a great person. But once again, Merry Christmas, and I will see you in 2024. Much love, everybody. God bless. Ryan Hendrickson, welcome to the show, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. Been looking forward to it, definitely.
Me too. We've been talking we started talking right after I interviewed Kyle Morgan. Mm-hmm. He told me about you. He talked about one of the incidents in the episode that I recorded with him, and ever since then, Kyle and myself, I was like, man, this dude would make a perfect guest on the show. He brings a lot of hope. He's been through a lot, and Kyle has, every time I've talked to him about you, just has phenomenal things to say about you, man.
Yeah, it's hard to put Kyle into words. He's, from, hero to just brother, friend, everything. It's hard to put Kyle into words, but yeah, you had one of the greats on your show, and that was Kyle for sure.
I love that dude.
Yep.
Really love that dude. But quick intro to you. So Ryan Hendrickson, you're a United States Green Beret, Army Special Forces, 22 years and 10 months in service, medically retired. You're an author, humanitarian, founder of the nonprofit Tip of the Spear, and you're just Ryan.
Just Ryan.
You're just Ryan.
Yeah.
That's what I heard you want to be introduced as. You're just a regular dude.
Yep.
Ryan Hendrickson. I love that. 8 deployments to Afghanistan. First one, got injured in an IED blast, and 7 deployments after the loss of a leg. So we'll get into all of that stuff. But every show always starts off with a gift. Any ideas?
No idea.
No ideas.
No. Nice.
Those are Vigilance Elite Gummy Bears.
Nice.
Legal in all 50 states without a prescription.
That's awesome.
Candy.
That is awesome.
It's just candy. But it's funny, man. We had one guy email him once, and he was like, "Man, I'm on my 3rd bag and I still don't feel anything." I was like, "Yeah, man, it's just
yeah.
There's no special sauce in these ones."
That's awesome.
Yeah, but so how I like to do this interview is kind of start with childhood, go through that, why you got into the military, what you did in the military. We have some really important stuff to talk about with your time as a Green Beret, and then we'll move into mental health. I know that's important to both me and you. And then we'll get into what you're doing now. And by the way, anybody that wants to buy Ryan's book, Tip of the Spear, it's on display right here. We'll link it below, make it easy on you to where you can purchase the book. When did the book come out?
July 7th, 2020.
Right on.
Yep.
Cool. Well, this will give it a post to your 3-year boost.
Yes.
So
definitely.
Right on, man.
Definitely. So.
But yeah, let's just go into childhood. Let's just start right there. Where'd you grow up?
So, it's funny as we were talking earlier today. So I was born in California.
We won't hold that against you.
Yeah, please don't.
Where at in California?
In Redding, up north.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, it was a small town, logging town called Fall River Mills, and it's back in the 70s when you're still logging and able to work up there and everything like that, but. So yeah, I was born in a small logging town, Fall River Mills, and then shortly on, after my dad, the logging company went up because of the spotted owl and everything like that, and then we headed out on the road to Oregon. So I was born in California, but I actually claim Oregon as my state, and small little town, Lowell, Oregon, Another one of those that used to be a big logging community, and things happened the way they did, and so, but just a lot of hardworking, Americans that live out in that area, and so, it's jumped around Oregon quite a bit, whether it was living with my grandma or other relatives or whatnot, because we grew up poor, extremely poor. Oh yeah. Extremely poor.
Was your dad a logger? Your family in the logging business, or?
Yeah, so dad was a logger. Once he finished up in Vietnam, he did 4 years in the Army, 2 tours in Vietnam, and then he came home and went directly into logging. And then that's all he knew from growing up and everything like that in Oregon, because he was born and raised in Oregon. But just logging. And then once the industry went up, then it was, it's kind of, now what? Company goes bankrupt. We're penniless. And so that started the journey, of my childhood, growing up town to town to town. You're always the outcast. Because you're dirt poor, you're wearing, hand-me-down clothes that, I remember one incident that, we had come back from Christmas break, I guess, and this kid came up to me and he's like, "That's my shirt." It's like, "No, this is mine. This is my new shirt." And his friends grabbed me and put me up against the locker, and he pulled the tag out and it had his name on it. And I was like, "Yeah, okay." So it was kind of like that. You're poor, you're the outcast, you're moving town to town to town. So that's pretty much, that was how I grew up, but in the weird way, I actually grew up really well, because the lessons that my dad taught me from his experience. And so, my dad is a born again Christian.
Okay.
He did not start off as a Christian. He was a bad dude.
How so?
Lots of drinking, multiple marriages. Just, a fighter, just a bad dude. And so, and he also struggled, with his own mental health and his demons, from Vietnam. And so so my life actually was, in the beginning, it was, that real mean, father figure, not abusive towards us, but he was just that bad dude.
You had brothers and sisters?
I do. Yeah, I have, so 4 older sisters and an older brother.
Oh, wow.
And I'm the youngest.
The baby.
So, yeah.
Right on, man.
But yeah, it's the, so I had 2 parts of my childhood. I had the part of, actually 3 parts of my childhood. I had the part of my childhood that, I barely remember. I remember bits and pieces from. And that was when, my dad was, at his lowest point. And then the part of my childhood where my dad found God. But he didn't understand, or he didn't understand how, this newfound faith and the life-saving, faith that he found in God. And so it was very strict. You will not be like me. You will not, and so it was very strict and very controlled because
how I'm sorry, I want to backtrack. Let's go through each phase. So there's the part that wasn't good. What ages are you?
So I remember bits and pieces of it. So I would say that I was probably like 4.
When you were up to 4, so 0 to 4 years old?
Yeah, 4 or 5. So my dad, my mom had split, and before then, my sister and my brother, Robbie, Chrissy, and Paula, they're all from my dad's first wife, and then my sister and I are from, our mom. But our mom was she was also a very bad person, and to the point to where the state of California gave full custody over to my dad. So that's very hard to do, to take custody from a mother and give it to the father.
Do you want to talk about that?
So the parts that I remember from my mom was struggling, alcoholic, drug addict, and just with multiple different partners when my dad was out logging or whatnot. And so a lot of this accumulated towards my dad finding God. And basically how that went down was my dad, and again, I'm probably off on the time frame a little bit because I was just a little kid, but situation with Tia went down, and my dad was driving my sister Wendy and I to my uncle Steve's house, who was also a logger, and he was going to drop us off there. He had the shotgun in the car, in the truck, and he was heading out to blow his brains out.
Holy shit.
And so he's parked alongside the road, and shotgun's ready to go, and a car pulls up, and a guy gets out and says, "Hey, is there a problem? Do you need help? Car broke down. Looks like you're out of answers. Looks like you need someone to talk to." And so the way my dad describes it, it's an angel, because this guy was a preacher at the local church, and that was the day that my dad was saved, was when he was going out to kill himself. So yeah, and it's middle of the night, and this guy comes up and pulls over to see if he needs any help, and yeah, he definitely needed help. And so that's when my dad found God. And so then comes the times in your life when you're trying to, a lot of people, when they just come into religion, they're trying to make up for everything they did in the past. And when you have 2 little kids, a part of the situation, it's like, I do not want you to grow up or to be like I was. And so I'm going to force you to act, be, or whatever it is, the righteous path down this way. And so there's, there was a point in my life when it was a very controlling and a very dominated household, because my dad did not want us to grow up and go down the same paths he did in life.
Okay.
And so the third part of my life comes around to where then he finds his peace with himself, with God, with everybody. And that's when, my dad and I, our relationship and everything like that, it just flurries because he's, now he's at peace with himself. He's not outrunning Vietnam. He's not outrunning multiple wives. He's not outrunning the mistakes he made in his life. He's at peace. He's been forgiven for what he thought was unforgivable, to the point of where suicide's the only answer. But now he's forgiven. And so instead of trying to force us, my sister and I, to be or go down this path that he wants us to, now he starts to open it up, and you gotta decide for yourself. You gotta make your own path. This is your life. You're gonna fall down. You're gonna get hurt. You're gonna have to get back up again. And so that's the three parts of my life that I lived growing up.
When did phase 2? What time period was that? So 4 to 5 to what age?
I would say phase 2 was probably until I was in middle school.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 7th, 8th grade?
Yeah, about 8th grade. And then as I started into high school, he started, he went to Bible college and became a pastor. But he started to understand that you can't force this down people's throat. I mean, there's, there are plenty of people out there that try and force their beliefs, and that's a no-go. That's extremism.
Yeah.
But he just, he finally, my high school years, although still poor, but he had come to a peace with himself. And now, I'm learning so much. And, and it's just, that's the third phase of my life up until joining the military. But yeah, life, life growing up was, there was another situation. My dad, when I was a kid, when he was a reborn again Christian, he had gotten married again, and he was still out working, and he'd be gone for a while. And this lady and her roommate that she had, they were sexually assaulting me during these periods of my life. And I never told my dad about that until...
How old were you?
6 to 7. Yeah.
Shit.
So, and I never really talked about it because, in my mind, it was always the tough guy thing. Like, oh, well, shit happens. Or
at 6 years old, you had that mindset?
But what that set me up for, and that trauma, early on in my life, set me up for this distrust and hatred of women that really, really plagued me for a big portion of my life. Because if you can do this to me, and I'm just a kid, then all women do this. And it really, it plagued a lot of my relationships, and, my growth in relationships. No one could ever get close to me. I wouldn't let them, because if someone gets close, that means you're vulnerable, and they could take advantage of you, just like that little boy. So, yeah, so I definitely, that was a huge, part of my life that I was able to cover up through, drinking, women, and just trying to make myself feel like, I'm okay. Who cares? Shit happens. And so that, that set the stage for a lot of, what we'll talk about further on in the conversation. But that period of my life right there, kind of set the stage for a lot of failures later on in my life.
How long did the sexual abuse go on for?
It was around a year before my dad and this lady split. And then she kept sending me all these toys so I wouldn't talk. And yeah, I never said a thing until 2010, when I was in my hospital bed after getting blown up.
You kept it in that long?
Yeah.
So one thing that I really like to do on this show is to bring hope, because there's a lot of kids. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a lot of veterans that can relate to your story. And now with your childhood, I mean, we were talking about it at breakfast, all the human trafficking that's going on, all the sexual abuse, sex exploitation, parents that are just pieces of shit. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, there's a lot of them out there. And so looking back through all those years, I mean, there's millions of kids going through this right now.
Yeah.
And so what I'm asking is, what would your advice be to those kids that are in the middle of going through that?
Why I chose to start talking about it, and this is only the second time I've ever brought this up on a public, on a podcast or a show. The first time was just breezed over real quickly because it is kind of, it's a very sensitive subject for me. But the reason why I talk about it now is because of what you just said. There are so many kids going through this, and they don't know what to do. They don't feel like they can say anything. And they don't feel that they have a place to escape to. They don't have their own place. It's a constant terror. And so the advice that I do have looking back now is the fact that I wish I would have said something. I wish I would have, cried for help. I wish I didn't keep it inside myself for so many years that I turned into a monster because of it. And so what I would tell that person that's listening to this, or that person that's struggling with, the past, with this, sexual trauma, is you don't have to let this control your life. You don't have to become or remain a victim to this. You can take control over this, and you can use this experience, regardless of how ugly and evil it is. You can use this to help other people. And by making yourself stronger by this situation, you're going to be better able to help those people that really, really need it. Use these situations to make yourself stronger to help somebody else. Do not allow yourself to become a victim of this trauma, because you will become a monster and you'll tear everything up.
I appreciate that, man. Mm-hmm. It's, this year I made it a goal of mine that's my primary focus now. I want to help kids, and some of the interviews I've been doing have reflected that, and man, it's just so common. Like, kids that are going through that stuff. I interviewed this friend of mine. His name's Prime Hall. He had a lot of sexual trauma as a kid too. He had a peeping Tom in his window, and there's a lot of kids going through that.
Yep.
And there likely always will be, and this is men like you and Prime and the other people that I've had on the show that have talked about it. Yeonmi Parks had a horrific childhood, and it's, you can't save all of them, unfortunately, while it's happening. And so to hear testimonies of people like you talking about it and the man that you've become and continue to become is, that could be what somebody needs to pull themselves out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can't, if you let it, it'll turn you into a monster and you'll devour everything in your path. Yeah.
So what kind of stuff were you into as a kid?
So, besides giving, my dad ulcers because I'd run out into the woods for 2 or 3 days and, forget to tell him that we were out camping, just me and some buddies or whatnot. We're just, we're 10, 11, 12 and just head out for a few days and come back. And, but that's the trouble that I got into, whether it's out playing war and, in the back pastures and, neighbor farmer shoots you with rock salt because you're painting his cows up with paintballs, or going out camping for a few days and forgetting to tell the old man where you're going, stuff like that. But as I started to, once we got to where I consider my hometown, Lowell, Oregon, because I spent 5 years there, so that's the longest time I ever spent in one place growing up. So Lowell, Oregon is now my hometown because I have 8th grade through senior year there. So, and that's when I started to, I got into wrestling, football, and just figuring out, how much I love the team sports and wrestling in general. So, never was really a stud at any of them, but I loved them. Love playing, love wrestling, stuff like that. So that's pretty much what consumed, my life, up until I graduated, was sports. Yeah. So
what got you interested in the military?
What got me interested in the military was some very cold, hard facts from my dad. So the way the old man put it was this. He's like, look, you're 18 years old. You can go to college. Well, let's face it, you're not what we call college material. He said, you can go out and get a job. He said, but why don't you go and serve your country? Give your country 4 years of your life. You're going to grow up. You're going to see the world. You're going to experience things, and then come back and figure out what you want to do. You'll have money for college. But, as a young man, as an 18-year-old, I do feel, you need to go and serve your country, give something back to your country, and then come back and figure out what you want in life. But you can't stay here, because if I let you stay here, town of, 1,400 people, if I let you stay here, you're never going to leave, and you're going to be at the gas station down the road, 35 years old, telling stories of, the homecoming game your senior year or something like that. He's like, you can't stay here. You gotta go, and you gotta get your feet underneath you in life. You gotta get knocked down. You gotta pick yourself back up. You need to get this thing started. Highly recommend the military. And so the military was always something that was gonna happen. My dad had pushed. He kind of molded me for the military. Basically my entire life. And whether it was me out playing Army or doing whatever it was, the military was going to happen. It's just, it was hard for me to leave home because I did. I was, as kids, a lot of times you get institutionalized because you're in the comfort of your family. You're going to get fed, you're going to get taken care of, you're going to get, and it would play right into what my dad said. You'll never leave if I don't make you leave. And so the military, that was basically I'm joining the military because it was going to happen regardless. And it was, it was exactly what my dad said. You're going to go out, you're going to see the world. You're going to meet people from all over the place. You're going to expand your horizons. You're going to serve your country, and then you can come back and you can figure out what you want to do from there. But yeah, the military did exactly what he said it was going to do. So, and I kind of had a weird path through the military, I guess you could say. So, and you'll end up reading about it, so I might as well just tell you here. But so I actually started off in the Navy.
Really?
Yep. I did 4 years in the Navy. 1996, the recruiters all come in, and you're taking the ASFAB or, whatever. And I think it was the Air Force. They were like, ha, oh, no. No. We don't. No, we're okay. We're downsizing. The military's downsizing at the time. Like, no, that's really cute, but no. Good luck to you, buddy. The Army, surprisingly, they didn't need anybody. I was, infantry was like an 8-month waiting period.
Wow.
Yeah, just to get to boot camp. I was like, okay. The Marine Corps, God, the guy came in and I'll never forget, he had at least an entire can of Copenhagen in his lip. And he's sitting there yelling, "You don't have what it takes to be a Marine. You're not good enough." And I was like, okay, I guess thanks for letting me know, man. That's great. But he scared me. It's like, holy shit, dude, you're a really scary guy. I don't want to be around people like you. You're scary. And then the Navy recruiter, no. It's like, hey, you want to travel the world, go to foreign ports, see foreign girls? It's like, yeah. It's like, all right, man. Yeah. What do you want to do in the Navy? I don't know. He's like, bosun's mate's a hell of a job. You get to pick whatever you want from there. You could be doing, he didn't mention, the actual job of a bosun's mate. Mm-hmm. So it's like, man, that sounds amazing. And he's showing me pictures of Australia, Thailand, Singapore. And I was like, I want to do that. And so his color crayon right across the dotted line. And here I go, anchors away. And I did all of that. I got to travel the world. I was never on a nuclear vessel, so we were able to go into all the ports that like nuclear power or nuclear capable ships weren't allowed to go. Because I was on Amphib, the USS Shreveport, and then I was on the USS Camden. So I actually did a med cruise and a Westpac. So I circled the globe on a ship, and I went to all kinds of ports and did everything that the recruiter said. It's like, yeah, this is what you can do. I mean, I never, he's like, you ever seen Top Gun? So, yeah, he goes, that's the Navy. I never flew F-14 Tomcats, but yeah, I mean,
that's the entire Navy.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, Top Gun's going to be your experience.
Yeah. And
as a boatsman's.
And so, yeah, it was just, now 44-year-old Ryan Hendrickson can never go back and do what 18-year-old Ryan Hendrickson did. Mm-hmm. 2 ships commissioned in the 70s, boiler fed. Oh my Lord. Persian Gulf in the summer, both times. Like, ugh. I couldn't go back and do it, but I'm so happy I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I did. I grew as a man, and I met people from all over the United States. My horizons broadened, and I did. I was able to experience a lot, but there was one experience that I had that paved my way for the war on terror and my role in it. And that was when the USS Cole was bombed. We were a couple hours away from it, and so we basically went full steam ahead to the Gulf of Aden, and us and the Donald Cook were the first ships on the scene to help rescue the survivors of the Cole and body recovery. So yeah, that was kind of my eye opening to, people want to kill us. Like this is a real thing. Sailing up to it, that large hole in the side of it, the smell, the smell of bodies and stuff like that. It was my first, like, oh wow, like these guys want to kill us. And that was one of the first salvos of the war on terror, with Al Qaeda. So not only did I get these experiences, that my dad had talked about, that the Navy recruiter talked about, but I also got my eyes opened to what I would experience later on as a Green Beret, fighting in the war on terror in Afghanistan. So, but yeah, that was the first branch.
What triggered you to move to the Army?
Well, so the Navy was the first branch. So then I got out, And I was like, I'm going to do the civilian thing. Horrible civilian. Horrible. Tried it for 2 years. Trash. And, I'd get mad at people because we're supposed to show up on time. They're 30 minutes late, but what's the problem? I was high. It's not my fault. I was drunk. I was like, all right, I'm not going to fit in very well out here in the civilian world. So, I was married at the time, but, I was like, hey, I want to join the Army. And my first wife, she's coming out of the Army. So she, no, I don't want to be in the Army. I don't want to be an Army wife. I'm done with the Army. It's like, okay. So we agreed upon the Air Force. So in January 2003, I joined the Air Force. And the Air Force, I was an ammo troop, just a regular, just a flight line guy. It was a great job. Great job. It was, I spent a year in Korea, one of the best years of my military life. Getting to see the world from there. I did a few deployments, nothing crazy, no combat. But one trip to Iraq. And, that's where I ran into my first ODA team. And so I'm at the gym, and here's the bearded ones. It's like, oh my God. So all the, we're all talking about what we think we know, about either SEAL teams or Green Berets or anything like that. This is like, dude, this is what I heard. No, man, I got a buddy who knows another buddy that has a friend that used to be. Yeah, like, no, that's not shit, dude. He looked at me once, we're a bunch of, groupies, I guess you could say. So I'm at the gym, and this guy comes up. He's like, hey, man, can you give me a spot? It's like, yeah. Okay, cool. So we ended up talking for a long time. And he's like, yeah, man, we got a guy on our sister ODA team. He was in the Air Force. He transferred over and went through the 18 X-ray course. And he's a Green Beret right now too. So now all of a sudden I'm like, oh, you can do that. Yeah, it's a blue to green transfer kind of thing. So then, okay, got it. I was a bosun's mate in the Navy. I was an ammo troop in the Army. You're not going to jump straight over to Green Beret. There's no way. You can't do that. You got to be infantry or ranger or something. How are you? No. So I just put it out of my mind. So, as my Air Force time is, I'm at, 4 years and some months, and now I'm going through a divorce. It's like, okay, I really need to shake things up in my life. I've never really challenged myself. I need to do something to get my mind off of what's going on right now. And, again, I ran my marriage into the ground because I still was that monster. That was just paths of destruction everywhere I went, blaming it all on my past. Like, I deserve this. This is why I'm this way. So I'm victimized. I'm allowed to do this.
What kind of destruction?
Just the drinking, infidelity, just think, never being actually mentally there or available or anything like that, because the minute you let that person in close is the minute they're going to hurt you. They're going to hurt you. It's going to happen. It's just when. Because all women are going to hurt you. And because I was still victimized and not able to let go or turn my past into a tool to help me better other people or to make me stronger to help other people, I was using it as my crutch to be a piece of shit and to be an ugly and evil human being because I deserve this because of what happened to me. No. But that's what my mindset was. So going through the divorce, I had victimized myself. Oh, she left me and all this other stuff, refusing to realize that the only reason why everything failed was because of me, 100%. No ands, ifs, or buts. I ran it completely into the ground, took a good girl and tore her to shreds. All because I was being a little boy and living off of my self-entitled victimization. So, she did what she should have done years before that. She left. And I 100%, I wish she would have done it earlier. But this point in my life, it's like, okay, well, I need to do something with my life. I need a victory. I've got all kinds of defeats. I've got nothing but zeros. I don't have any ones. I need something. And so I'm going into the personnel office and, to basically hear, how, well, I don't know if you know, but if you're going through a divorce, you got to be submitting the paperwork and everything like that. So they're tracking what's going on. So I go into the personnel office and there's this poster on the wall and it has a guy in uniform, and then half the uniform is Air Force dress blues and the other half is Army Class A's. It's blue to green. And you can do an inter-service transfer if you are in an overmanned career field in the Air Force over to the Army. It's like, okay, well, so I asked about it. And my career field was overmanned. And I qualified for a direct service transfer over. But now it's, what do you want to do? And so my dad's time in Vietnam, he spent it as he was a helicopter crew chief on Hueys for MACV-SOG.
Oh,
so
wow.
He was not a Green Beret, but he was a support guy for MACV-SOG as a helicopter crew chief and then, in the air gunner. So he'd always talked about the Green Berets, and I had the opportunity in Iraq to really dive into what they do and everything like that. And so I'm sitting there and I have all this self-doubt. Like, there's no way I can do it. Can't do it. Never going to happen. Why would I even try? But then my dad had told me something when I first joined the military, back in the Navy. And he said, I'm gonna give you some advice here. And he said, there's two old men sitting on a porch in their rocking chairs. He said, one old man is miserable, and the other old man is content. He said the first old man who's miserable, he is miserable because he let life pass him by. He never took a chance. He never stepped out of his comfort zone. He never failed. He was scared to fail. He never tried anything that he could fail at. He never put himself in vulnerable situations to where he may look stupid or, again, fail. And so he always stayed in his comfort zone. He never tried anything that he could not accomplish. And because of that, he's sitting in his chair and he's looking back on all the I wish I would have's in life. And he saw that he had wasted life. He had let all of life pass him by and never did anything. And now he just, it was a life unfulfilled. He's an empty shell of a man. The other old man, he was sitting there and he's drinking his beer and he's looking back on everything he did in life. And he's fulfilled. He's gave life. He's taken life. He's failed. He's succeeded. He's done everything there was to do that he could do as a man. Everything. He's learned. He's helped people. He's, failed, been knocked down, gotten back up, but he's lived a fulfilled life. And he doesn't have any I wish I would have's. He's just sitting back and he is enjoying the remainder of his time, knowing that he did the very best he could with what he had. And that's a man with fulfillment. He said, which old man do you want to be? He said, you can live your life in your comfort zone and never try. Never take a chance at failing. You can do that. But there's going to be a point in time in your life when you're going to look back and you're going to have to reckon with what you did and did not do. And he said, I wish I would have's are a dungeon, a prison for old men. He said, don't grow up with I wish I would have's. So when I was at the Army recruiter, he said, hey, we have this 18 X-ray. We need Green Berets. What do you think? And I was like, if I don't make it, or when I don't make it, at least I can say I tried. So I signed up. And I think a couple weeks later, I was at Fort Benning going through infantry basic, getting ready to go on through jump school and then selection and to the Q course if selected. So,
man, I'm going to use that story for my son.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the truth. Life will pass you by. And how many people do we see out here that will never step out of their comfort zone?
Probably about 90%.
Yeah, they'll never take a chance at failing.
Yeah, you see it everywhere.
Yeah, and the thing is about failure is if you use failure correctly, it'll make you stronger for when you succeed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that's the truth.
That's a good story.
Yeah. It's there's going to be a lot of I call them old manisms.
Yeah.
That he's put on me throughout the years, and it's all from the life that he lived. It's not, no one could ever say like, well, how do you know? It's like, oh, have a seat. Let's talk. We're about ready to go down memory lane. You're going to see I got plenty of experience with good, bad, evil, and then pulling myself out and making myself a better person. You know, that saying like once a loser, always a loser. It's not true. It's not true. You can take those experiences and make yourself stronger and help other people with it. Then to me, it's lessons learned.
Damn right.
Yep.
Damn right. I'm glad you said that.
Yep. But so yeah, that's now I'm on my path. 18 X-ray. I'm in infantry basic, and I love it. I love every bit of it because my mind is off of it. I'm off of the shit storm I created for myself by running a good woman through the ground. I'm buried in the training, and then next thing you know, jump school, and I hated it. Hated jump school. I hate everything about heights. Didn't know that before, but I hated it. Hated everything about it. I was like, this job is not for me. I do not belong up in an aircraft. Jumping out of it. Stupid. But I did it. And then selection. And I remembered we started off with 405 guys in an October class. And by the time, the dust settled, there was 55 of us left. And I think 55 got selected out of the 405. That's right. So 55 got selected. And out of that 55, 22 of us made it through the course. But once the dust settled and they read off my roster number, 049, selected. It's like, oh, that's me. Wait, what? I was just a bosun's mate in an ammo troop. How's that? So it was. It was a great, accomplishment to get selected, even though that's, selection isn't. Yeah, get going through the Q course, then you figure out like selection wasn't that bad. There's parts of the Q course where you're like, wow, this is pretty horrible. But you're learning, and I'm progressing through, and I get done with selection. Now I'm in SCT and then SEER. And then, from there we go to language school. And then I realized what the Air Force was really talking about like, yeah, your test scores, you're kind of dumb, kind of thing. But make it through language school. And then, now.
What was your language?
Spanish. So, and now I'm in MOS phase. So 18 Charlie, demolitions, and finish that. Now Robin Sage. The end of Robin Sage, the instructor brings each candidate one by one over, tells you if you're a fail, recycle, or a pass, recycle, or fail. And brings me over and it's like, all right, welcome to the Brotherhood. You pass. I was like, I did? Wow. That's, and it was just so fulfilling. It was just, that day and that, how everything went down, it's one of those things that you'll remember for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And so when I found out that I was going to graduate and become a Green Beret, I thought, like, all right, I'm at the pinnacle. I did it. Life is smooth sailing from here, right? I just accomplished a fairly difficult, training course to go through.
Fairly difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult, but there's a lot of difficult courses in the military.
There are.
Yeah, whether it's
the one you went through being one of the top ones.
Yeah, whether it's BUDS or the combat control, pararescue, special forces, MARSOC. Yeah, there's some. The United States can breed some special operators for sure. Mm-hmm. In my humble opinion, best in the world. Just as our military and our special operations, the best in the world. But that's just my opinion. There, for the British brothers that are listening, just my opinion. So, but yeah, so I'm sitting here and I'm graduating and it's smooth sailing and life is going to be easy after this. Right? Green Beret now. I did it. And failed to realize one real critical part of life is life doesn't care what course you just made it through or how badass you think you are. Life is even more badass and it's gonna pound you down. And so, I'm riding this high, forgetting that it's still life. And yeah, it didn't take very long at all for life to show me like, hey dude, I'm still in control here. That was one wrong step. Yeah, now what are you gonna do? So, so
what was that wrong step?
So I graduate the Q course, I get the 7 Special Forces group, get to my ODA where, Kyle and I were together. Kyle Morgan and I were on the same ODA. When I first get there, he takes me underneath his wing and I start to go through the new guy-isms and everything like that. And now, okay, hey, we're getting ready to deploy. They've been home for 4 months and we're doing the surge and we're heading back.
What year is this?
2010.
Okay.
Yep. So we started working up for that deployment in April, and we were boots on the ground in June. Yeah, April. Yep. So yeah, it was a very fast transition from when they first got home to, hey, we need you guys back over there again. And the area we were going to even prompted a response from the chairman, Joint Chief of Staff, Admiral Mullen at the time, because him and his entourage, they flew out to where we were conducting pre-mission training, PMT, and gave us a visit. Said, hey, you guys are going to a real bad area. We need you, kind of talk. And where we were going was to the Chutu River Valley along the Helmand River that separated Aruzgan and Helmand Province. And, insurgents were using that as a funneling highway to conduct attacks in around, Kandahar and the area, stuff like that. So weapons, main weapons equipment. Along the Helmand River there, we were going to replace a third group team that was there. They had been fighting every single day, and that's where we were going. So we get everything, PMT, pre-mission training's done, and we're loading up and we're heading out. And I'm, now it's like, okay, this is what this is what all the training's for. I'm now, this was that one missing part of my life to where, I had a great job in the Navy. I had a great job in the Air Force, but something was always missing. Getting actually into the fight. And so now it's come. And from landing in Bagram, then our movement over to Kandahar, and then we pack up and we get our vehicles and we're starting to move out to Firebase Tice, and within 3 days we're ticked up. We're in a fight. Same story, everybody. It's not like this is a big dramatic thing. It's everybody in the surge was getting in fights because we were pushing into areas that were previously dominated by the Taliban and or Al Qaeda.
So how long were you in country before you got in your first gunfight?
I think 5 days.
That's it? Mm-hmm. So this is brand new Green Beret.
Yeah.
Going on to your very first deployment. Mm-hmm. And 5 days later, you're in a gunfight.
Yeah, it was actually funny what happened. So we were driving up to do our left seat, right seat ride to this area we called the West Bank or the Alamo, where we'd be at. And I was like, I think that's a bad name for this place because I don't think the Alamo worked out too well the last time in Texas. But okay, whatever. So we're making our way out there, and the captain of the third group team, I'm driving, he's TC, and he's like, okay, this is where you got to just hit the gas because we're gonna get lit up on this open stretch of about 2,000 meters from here. The last cover, we weren't really concealed, but the last cover to the Alamo, we got to gun it. And it's up a hill, and then it's surrounded in a fishbowl kind of. And so they have guns on all the high points, and it's just shooting down into this place and like, all right. And then you got the Helmand River on the other side. So you can't really go anywhere. And it's like, all right, all vehicles move and hit the gas, and RG-33 doesn't take off like a bolt of lightning. It gets some speed up, but once you're up to speed, it's also doesn't stop on a dime either. So we're heading there, and now all of a sudden you're hearing the tink, 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 and rounds are hitting the vehicles, and then all of a sudden, swack, the front window shatters. Or not, I'm sorry, not shatters, spider webs. And the captain's yelling, he's like, drive, 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 because one more of those and it's probably gonna cave in on us. Mm-hmm. And so we were thinking a Dishka probably hit the front windshield. Dishka round, sorry. So we make it into, we're come flying into the gates there, and guys are all up on the perimeter and everyone's shooting back and forth. And I jumped out of vehicle and we're all, all right, you get up there and help support that or whatnot. And it was controlled chaos.
Is this the first gunfight you've ever been in?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
It's controlled chaos. We're taking fire from the ridgeline. We're taking fire from the Helmand River, this World War I style trench line that they had over there that we had hit multiple times, and then they come back out and they're ready for round two. It's like, how are you guys doing this? So I mean, it's a pretty good fight. And then air shows up on station, and as you remember, and I say back in the day, it's not really back in the day. It's 2010, but in the 2010 time, you really had to need air support to get it because they didn't have enough platforms for the amount of guys that were out. And so we finally get air on stations a couple hours later. And then, everyone, you'll get sporadic fire here and there, but everything fades away because now you got air on station. And that's how our time in the Alamo was. That's how, at the West Bank, that's how it was. It was almost like clockwork. All right, breakfast is over. Yep, here comes the rounds, and shit's coming. All right, it's about lunchtime, prayer time. All right, gonna take a break. All right, here we go again. Yep. All right, good to go. And then, all right, I'm pretty much everyone's done for the night. Okay, yep, good. And it was just clockwork. It was like orchestrated kind of.
Yeah.
Up there, and if they were hitting us, they weren't hitting Cobra, and if they were hitting Cobra, they probably weren't hitting us. And so it was just crazy for weeks and weeks and weeks we were doing this. And but the reason why we were there was basically we had Overwatch and we had command and control of that part of the valley, because we were going to be doing a major company clearance operation in the Chetu River Valley to push, these guys out, hopefully into spaces where we can hit them with aircraft and kill them. And at the time, with reports, there was reports from, 2,000 Taliban fighters in the valley to who knows what. But
2,000?
Yeah, but what does that really mean? 50, in Afghan numbers, or 25. But the reports were coming in, and so we knew this is a bad area. Once we kick off, we're gonna be in it. From everything, from the amount of engagements we've had for months up to this point, to the reports that are coming in, everything, we're gonna be in a fight. And so we had planned the kickoff of the mission September 11th, 2010. And basically it revolved around our ODA and our partner force. We're going to be pushing up from the south, while an ODA and commandos were going to come in from the central, and then a couple ODAs with their partner force were going to come down from the north and basically kind of squeeze the fighters up into the mountains and then just bomb the crap out of them, Tora Bora style. And so it's like, all right, we're getting prepped for the mission, and men, weapons, equipment, everything's good to go. Got to get it across the Helmand River. We did it with, some pretty ingenious inventions by myself with styrofoam and Zodiac rafts, but, got four-wheelers across, everything like that. Nothing sank to the bottom of the Helmand, thank God, because I was the new guy on the team. Really didn't need that. But now, so it's September 10th. We're starting to stage, and it's quiet. It's dead quiet. Nothing's moving in the valley. It's like, all right. Obviously, they're tipped off. But, okay. So now, all right, last check of everything. It's September 11th. We're moving to our last covered and concealed, and we're waiting on kickoff from the jock. So waiting on SOTF to give us kickoff. September 11th, it's probably, 10:30 p.m., 11, and we get kickoff. It's time. Yep. Missions go. Time to go. Green light. So Captain gets on the radio. Is like, all right, guys, everyone up. Let's move. And our first objective, we were going to be clearing the village of Seapest. And it was multiple compounds, but we had taken a lot of fire from there. So we knew bad guys were in the area. And if they weren't in the area, then there's going to be IEDs in the area for sure. We had dealt with IEDs up to that point, but we knew that once we got past that certain part in the river, everything was going to be IED'd. And so we get up to our first basically controlled stop. And now it's 1 a.m. we had moved for a couple hours, slow movements. I'm up in the front with my Afghans, and we're clearing the route like everyone always does, and just slow movement to the first set of compounds. And as we had rehearsed with our Afghan partners, they were actually a militia force. And as we rehearsed with them, it's like, we're going to get to a certain point, then you guys are going to go and clear this compound. And we're going to get a foothold in it. We're going to clear it of IEDs, everything like that. And then we're going to have our first command and control. We're going to have our first C2C. So, okay, good to go. Just like we rehearsed. So we got to the first point, about 25 meters away from the first compound. And I told our interpreter, Nick, I was like, all right, Nick. Yeah, tell him, let's go. All right, go clear that compound. It's like, yeah, doing Green Beret shit here. It's good stuff. No one's moving. Nick, did you tell him? Yeah, I told him. Well, tell him again. Just like we rehearsed. Come on, it's that time. Let's go clear this compound. They said it's too dangerous. Well, no shit. That's why we're here. I know this. It's very dangerous. Tell him again. Okay, he tells him, no. I said, no, but that's not what we planned. We practiced this. You can't say no, can you? You can't say no. Oh, okay. Well, why? Said it's too dangerous. This is, you're better trained. You should go first. It's like, well, yeah, if this was Texas and we were clearing a small town in Texas from insurgents, it's my country. I'll go first. Yeah. But this is your country. Let's go. No. It's like, all right. So I turned around to tell my teammate, who was actually the team sergeant, also turned around to tell him, like, hey, these guys aren't moving. And he grabs me and he's like, go get Nick away from that door right now. It's like, what are you talking about? So our interpreter had wandered down to the first breach point, doorway, whatever you want to call it, of compound 001. And he's trying to wave them down, still noise and light discipline. So he's not yelling, follow me or anything like that. He's just trying to wave them down. Well, he's our only terp. And and we have a bunch of militia guys with us. So it's like, go get him away from that door now. It's like, oh shit. So I'll backtrack here in a second, but I wander down to where he's at and I grab him on the shoulder. What are you doing, man? What the fuck are you doing? Back up now. Move back to Lance's position. What are you doing? Stupid, And so he steps away from the breach and I cover his movement back because as of right now, whatever is inside of that compound is the unknown. We don't know if a guy is about ready to stick an AK barrel out there and start spraying. Have no idea. So I'm covering his movement back, and then I see something kind of move out of the corner of the compound. I'm like, oh, what is that? I need to get a better look at this. And then I can't really quite see it. I don't know what it was. Was it a cat? Was it a person? Is someone moving up along the wall? I have no idea. So I take a step in to look, and boom. I'd stepped on a pressure plate IED in the breach point. So at first I don't know what happened. Nick's laying on the ground. He had made it back like probably like 5 to 7 meters from me. Nick's laying on the ground. Ears are ringing. It's the hallway yelling, you know what I mean? Or the yelling down a tube, I guess is what you call it, or something. Yeah.
The echoing.
Yeah, the echoing. Yeah. And
it's what you hear. As you're coming to, you hear echoey voices.
Yeah, and the ringing, the ringing, and then at first it was this huge flash of light, and now I'm having a hard time seeing, but I'm surrounded with dust and ammonia. You know, that HME ammonia smell, and I'm like, if I don't get out of here, I'm gonna suffocate. I can't fucking breathe, and so I'm trying to get up, but I can't. I'm trying to move, but I can't. So I'm getting mad. It doesn't hurt. I don't know what happened. but I'm getting pissed because I can't get up.
How long do you think you were out?
Seconds.
That's it?
Yeah, if I was even out at all. I don't think I ever went out.
No shit.
So I'm laying there, and as the ringing and everything, I'm like, okay, I can't move. I don't know why I can't move, but I just stop. Control your breathing. What happened? RPG, recoilless, like what happened? I know what I'm supposed to be doing right now because I've seen guys get blown up, and you start screaming and stuff like that. I was like, what happened? And then as the dust starts to clear, and again, I'm talking minutes here, this is seconds, but as the dust starts to clear, I look down at my right leg, and it's my boot is at a 90-degree angle to my leg. And so I'm trying to figure out, because again, let's go back to the ASVAB test score, not the brightest. I'm trying to figure out why my boot is pointing at a 90-degree angle to my leg. It's like, well, I didn't take my boot off, but So the dust clears a little bit more, and now I'm hearing, people are, Lance is yelling like, Ryan, you okay, Ryan? And I pick my leg up from behind the knee, and my boot flops over. And then I see, sticking out of my pant legs, I see these two pearly white objects. Like, the bone should be the color of bone. You can't call it white. It's this whole new glowing, it's September 12th. It's 4 something in the morning. It's about that time when you're like, do I need nods? Yes, no, that kind of time. But these two objects that are sticking out of my pant leg are like glowing white. And then I realized that's my tib and my fib. And then it hit me. The pain just, oh shit, there it is. I'm hit. And yeah, that's like that pain of, God, I've never felt anything like that before. Just excruciating pain. And it felt like it took forever for it to hit me, because I had to realize what happened. My brain wasn't computing the pain. And again, I'm not neuroscience or anything like that. But for me, once I realized that was my tib and my fib, it absolutely just smashed me like getting hit by a truck. I've never been hit by a truck, but I would imagine that would probably be pretty painful too.
It was your tib and fib were coming out of the leg was it completely blown off?
No. So,
was it the part that was still attached, or the part that?
Yeah. So it was coming out of my right leg, just here, right above my ankle. So, so I'm laying there, and I'm, I hear people in the background. Like, now people are starting to get there, figuring out what happened. And Lance yells, he's like, Ryan, we're trying to get to you. Hold on, get your tourniquet out. And so I'm trying to fumble with my tourniquet, but I'm in shock. Like, I can't believe what I just saw. My leg is at a 90-degree angle, and, that was my tib and my fib.
So it's right here?
That's where the bones came out of.
Shit.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get my tourniquet, but I keep looking down. Horrible mistake with injuries. Don't look at it. Just, look at your thigh, and then start to get that tourniquet on. But I keep looking down and just keep putting my head back. And I remember, Ryan, we're trying to get to you. We gotta clear up to you. And this is all Lance. Other guys are on the radio. What the just happened? Who was that? What happened? Trying to figure out, trying to get at least 3 W's out of it at all. But Lance is in shock because, I stepped on an IED 25 meters from him. And
who is Lance?
He was the team sergeant.
Okay.
So he's in shock. I'm going into shock. and he's screaming for a medic. And I remember.
Did he put the tourniquet on you?
No. No. I remember looking back because I'm laying this way. Here's the compound, and and I can see Lance in the background, and he seemed so far away. And I remember I laid my head back, and I said, "I'm gonna die here today. No one can get to me." And I remember looking up, and I instantly started going through my life and the mistakes that I've made and the people that I hurt and the paths of destruction that I had created. And I was ashamed of myself. That I was going to die there that day, never of ever being a man. I was always a little boy. And that's how I was going to die. And so I remember asking God for forgiveness and understanding that, people could read into it and say, oh, well, you gave up, you accepted death. Okay. Maybe I did. I don't know what mind state I was in, but I remember looking up and I was asking God for forgiveness. And then there was this hawk flying, just circling me. And it was crazy. It was like, we're in a full fight right now. The Taliban they were moving down the river. Our Overwatch guys were engaging them. Aircraft were coming in, engaging them. There's a fight going on all around me. And there's just this one hawk circling me with the aircraft and everything. And people would say, well, how do you know God is real? Because I saw him. Yeah, I saw him that day. He told me, I got you. This is your wake-up call. So I laid my head back, and it took about and I was like, I'm just going to go to sleep. Slap. And teammates got to me, George Magana and Kyle Morgan. And then slap again. And I'm like, quit.
They got to you?
Yeah, Kyle.
So hold on. The team sergeant that was behind you, you said 25 meters. Mm-hmm. What was he doing, and why didn't he render aid to you?
I can't answer that. I don't know. Okay. Maybe shock. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay. So Kyle Morgan and who?
And George Magana. So
how far did they have to go to get to you? Do you know?
A long ways. Through minefield.
Through a minefield. Mm-hmm. So this guy's 25 meters away.
Yeah.
And these other two guys, Kyle Morgan and the other dude, go through a minefield to get to you, just to slap you on the face. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. George hit me. I was pissed. But yeah, they understood that where there's one IED, there's 5, there's 10, there's 2, there's 20. And they knew that I was on a time clock. And if they didn't get to me, regardless of their life, limb, or eyesight, I was going to die.
How many of you guys were there? How many Green Berets were on the ground, roughly?
Roughly 12. Yeah, I think we had our whole ODA for the mission. Whether we had guys up on Overwatch or down actually doing the clearance, we had about 12. So, but yeah, Kyle and George, they got to me and started rendering aid immediately. I think, I can't quite remember, but I think I had attempted my tourniquet, but it was just loose. You could move it up and down your leg. It was, and then they just started cranking that sucker down. And I remember I was like, hey, this really hurts. Like, stop. And they're like, crank again. It's like, oh my God, please stop. And I was like, tourniquets are worse than getting blown up. This really hurts. Like, who invented this? Stupid. But yeah, then, they hit me with a fentanyl lollipop. I chew it up immediately. I'm begging for painkillers, hit me with a morphine shot. And all of a sudden I have hives everywhere. It's like, oh, I'm allergic to morphine. Like, oh, okay, this is a great time to figure this out. But it's okay. Hey, we got Ryan stable. Taliban are moving in right now. We got to move. They took the butt stock off my M4, ace wrapped my leg up because we're about ready to have a hasty ambush put in on us. And what I did was the Taliban had an ambush set up for us, but I had kind of messed it up for them because I stepped on an IED a little bit earlier than they thought. It's like, well, you shouldn't have armed it then. But it's time to move. We can't drop. Taliban know it very well. If we close the distance with the Americans, they're not going to drop bombs on us. So now we have a gunfight. Good. Those are good odds for a guy on the high ground, a guy on the low ground. So now it's like, okay, time to go. So basically it's like, where's the litter? It's like, well, we didn't bring a litter. And, I'll never forget this call. So our captain, and he lost both of his legs the next deployment, but our captain is on the radio and he's like, hey, we got a patient, urgent critical. And the medevac they said, well, we can't go down there and pick them up. It's too hot. There's too much gunfire, RPG, stuff like that. We can't get down there. You have to move them out. We can't get down there. It's like, we need you guys down here now. This guy's going to die. And he's like, one guy or a whole air crew.
Shit.
And over ICOM chatter, the Taliban were celebrating. I could hear them laughing and cheering.
You could hear that.
Yeah, over ICOM chatter, because Nick had the ICOM up and he was monitoring their movements to us, and they were celebrating. He was like, they're celebrating. They killed, the American. They're celebrating. And, they played that fucking horrible music that they do. And it was over me. And so that was burnt, obviously into my mind.
You remember that vividly?
Vividly. Yep. And so the call, there's a lot of indecision on the ground. And Kyle's like, I'm in, you're out. I'm taking over this.
Who's out?
Lance.
The team sergeant that
Yes.
was? Okay.
So
he was in, he couldn't pull it together.
Yeah.
Wrong job.
Yeah. So now Kyle is like, Ryan, it's going to hurt really bad. I'm picking you up. I got to carry you. And it was extremely painful. But Kyle picks me up, fireman carry, and starts moving to where we could set up an HLZ and actually land a Black Hawk to get me out of there. And I mean, 1,000, 1,500 meters. And it's just, it was.
Kyle carried you 1,000 to 1,500 meters?
Yeah, we had to stop a couple times so he could, kind of loosen up a little bit.
How was he carrying you? Fireman's carry?
Yeah, fireman's carry. But he just kept moving.
With full kit?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, he just kept moving because saving my life meant more to him than his comfort, his pain, anything that was going on in his mind at the time, and even his own life. That's what it meant to save my life. So yeah, it was years later when Kyle and I talked, and I didn't realize that the whole team knew that was my last flight. I was going to die on the helicopter from blood loss. And yeah, I didn't realize it was that bad. I mean, I knew it was bad because in Taron Kout, they had told me that I suppose, or I didn't, it's like meat at the fridge or, at the supermarket, but I had expired twice. I was like, okay, is that bad? It's like, oh God, you're dumb. Yeah, man, it means you died twice. It's like,
Damn.
oh, and blood transfusions and everything. But yeah, if it wasn't for Kyle carrying me out and Kyle and George's quick response to me, yeah, that would have been it. I would have died right there along the Helmand River.
Damn, Ryan.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break.
Yeah,
There's
it's
some
good
heavy
time.
stuff.
Good time for a break.
Let's take a quick break.
Yeah.
You've heard me talk about them before. I want to tell you about Hoist IV Level Hydration. Hoist is made in the USA and has half the sugars and 3 times the electrolytes that some other sports drinks without artificial dyes or preservatives. Hoist is on a majority of the U.S. military bases globally, serving our warfighters in operations and in training. In addition to being one of 3 hydration products authorized by the military, they upped the ante for hydration in the military by offering them a product with less sugar and more electrolytes. My friends at Hoist sent us a brand new flavor that launched on their website November 14th. It's called Black Cherry. It'll be available in stores in 2024, but for now, just use code Shawn and order it to receive 20% off. You can use their store locator on their website to find a store near you, or you can purchase directly from www.drinkhoist.com, where you can use my promo code Shawn to save 20% off. Hoist also offers 10% off to military and first responders on every purchase through the website. Go check out their website. That's drinkhoist.com. Use the promo code Shawn to save 20%.
It's been a long time coming, but we've put a lot of thought into this, and Vigilance Elite Apparel is finally back. Over the past year, we've been hard at work refining the look. Email has been an invaluable source for us. We've tested various materials and styles to unveil a fresh collection featuring our heavyweight tees. Each tee comes with a custom screen-printed neck label and a woven hem label for that extra touch of quality that's really going to stand out. Responding to your mail calls, we went with 2 different flannels. One is a traditional OD green and the other being a traditional charcoal black. If I was to pick one of the 2, I would go with the charcoal black. These not only embody the rugged Vigilance Elite spirit, but also sport custom woven neck labels and woven pocket labels for a distinctive edge. On to our most sought after item, hats. Introducing 2 never-before-seen styles, we have the Midnight Edition Dad Cap featuring the iconic Vigilance Elite logo and a flex fit cap adorned with both the logo and lettering. But that's not all. We're bringing some of your favorite Vigilance Elite classic hats back, one being the Vigilance Elite Snapback and the other being the Vigilance Elite Flex Fit variants. Our stock is limited. This isn't about creating scarcity. This is just a simple fact. By the time you're watching this, our Patreon tiers 3 and 4 have already enjoyed 24-hour access. I just want to personally say thank you for your unwavering patience, and it's going to be a very exciting 2024 as we continue to bring you more from Vigilance Elite. All right, Ryan, we're back from the break. Mm-hmm. We had just wrapped up your story. You're on the bird heading home. And, we only really have one perspective, and that's yours. So I got one of your teammates on the line here, Kyle Morgan.
Yeah.
And he's going to give us his perspective of what happened. Kyle, you on here?
Yes, I am.
Can you hear me?
Ryan, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, brother?
What's up, man? I'm really glad that you're sitting down and doing this interview, man. Your story is incredible, brother, and I'm just glad to have been a part, even a smaller part of it, in what you're continuing to do, man. So, Shawn, you're in the best hands you could be with what Shawn's doing for this country and arguably for this world.
Thank you, brother. Well, Kyle, we just wrapped up. We had talked about this on your episode too, but I just wanted to get
your perspective of everything that happened on September 12th, 2010, starting from where Ryan went to the breach point.
Yeah, so, I mean, like you mentioned, I talked about this in the interview I did with you, because this was a pretty big part of the journey that I've been on, and my own healing and growth, and just being there for your mates. And so backing up to that day itself, we infilled across that river, which it wasn't a small river, the Helmand River, and I think it's important to mention that we had gotten some human intelligence that they booby-trapped the doorways that night, which we knew they were, damming up the irrigation canals, running discos down wheelbarrows, using the cover concealment piece of it. And, we were taking effective fire daily. I mean, that's how I met Ryan, was in trial by fire. And, I was in Sodic, and I missed our pre-mission training, but when he got to the team, and he was just, he's just this new guy on the team that had, he's probably older than me. And I was like, I think he was in the Air Force and the Navy. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? And, but just happier than shit to be there. And, so I feel like we owed it to all of our guys on our team to once we got that report, to give it the energy it needed. And I think I protested us infilling that night, but based on us, so we could actually, reevaluate some things, and based on resources and us not being able to get resourced, and we finally did with all the different, moving pieces of this, close air support and all of that. We went ahead and did it. And we thought we could mitigate some of the risk by going in up and over walls and blowing holes through walls instead of going through the thresholds. And, we're clearing every step we take, kind of thing, using the cover of darkness. But by the time we got to, reaching the our infill points, or the actions on piece, it was already morning twilight time. And I just remember, I think I was on the northern element, but on the same side of the canal as Ryan and his element. And the way we were broke down, I'm sure you mentioned, it was like two of us and then a squad of people that were barely trained, and then a couple of really competent Afghans that we had, that had saved our lives multiple times up to this point. And I believe Ryan was, I know he was with the team sergeant, and I had a medic with me. And I was probably 50 yards north of Ryan's position, but I just know that it was this obviously from my perspective was this explosion goes off, and I just hear this, like, I could hear a thud, right, and it would end up being Ryan's body, blasting up and then hitting the ground. It was that that quiet after the explosion, and I think my initial reaction was just to take off running over there. But one of my partner force guys that had saved us up a ton of times up to that point kind of stopped me and said, "Hey, let me lead out." So it felt like it took an eternity for me to cover that distance to.
How long did it take after the explosion that you realized it was Ryan?
Not very long, because I could hear his voice, like, audibly. Like, there was nothing over the radio, but I could hear his screams after that thud. And that's when I went to go take off. And nothing, crickets on the radio, and I just took off, and with moving very slowly, what felt like was extremely, painstakingly slow, and to get back to him. But when I rounded that corner, back towards his position, the first thing I encountered was the team sergeant just sitting there on his knees, kind of messing around with something on his kit, and then he kind of tried to grab my attention and hand me something, and it was a tourniquet that was still in the plastic, and I was like, "You're useless, man. Like, what are you doing?" I mean, I didn't say that, but I was thinking it as I'm continuing past him to Ryan. And But when I got there, Jorge, our 18 Fox, had already gotten there to him, and had Jorge not gotten there when he did, like, Ryan for sure would have bled out, because I think Ryan was trying to, self-aid, apply a tourniquet, but he couldn't to himself. And but Jorge was able to get that tourniquet in place and actually stop the bleeding, because up to that point he had lost, a ton of blood. And I just know that the actions of a few of us were able to really, get him packaged up. We'll stop the bleed, and then get him packaged up and get him to that next higher level of care. But there was a massive breakdown in a few things, and when even the fact that, like, we knew when we crossed that river we were going to end up staying over there, so we were limited on how many resources we could bring over with us. But we didn't have a litter, at least in that near my element or Ryan's element, and so we didn't even have a Polish litter. So, like, I went and grabbed found a Whoopee poncho liner, and we got him. We wanted his. Try to basically put everything back in alignment as we could with his injury, and then splinted it with the buttstock of his AR, and then put him on that Whoopee and kind of grab some corners. And at that point, I'm trying to tell the team sergeant to bring the helos in and just pointing in the general direction of the clearing. But I also believe that we were taking some effective fire, or at least the other element was taking fire down towards the irrigation canal, and the Dust One, or the medevac flight, the medevac flight said that they wouldn't come in, and obviously we're carrying Ryan at this point with the poncho liner, and it starts ripping apart because Ryan's not a little fella. And,
he's a thick man.
Yeah, he is. I think that's where my neck injuries started, Ryan, just so you know. Because what ended up happening after that was, like, the poncho liner, it's not rated for that. So, and the terrain was awful. It was just like just super rocky and rolling, and so we got to a small little piece of cover, like a little ravine, and kind of set him back down. I know that he had apparently, I think he chewed the fentanyl lollipop. So it wasn't as effective as it could be. He's in agonizing pain the whole time. And I just see the team sergeant just not making any decisions after, we're like, the helo says they can't come in. And, then the poncho liner rips, and I'm beyond frustrated. And at that point, I was just like, hey, Lance, make a decision. And then pause, nothing. And I'm like, it. This is what we're doing. And Ryan actually reminded me about me saying that, because he kind of came back too, I guess. Because remember when we talked about this last year, Ryan, we reconnected, and it was really cool to have that conversation, because I just, through time, have forgotten certain aspects of my life. Yeah. But it was really cool to see her, to have that conversation with you, and me to give you some of my perspective too. But ultimately, I'm like, this is what we're doing, and I threw him on my shoulders, and I think he was complaining about his nuts the whole time hurting or something.
Yeah.
What was your plan, Kyle, when you said, "Fuck it, I'm taking control"? What came after that?
Because we were taking fire. The other element was taking fire, and we needed to make a decision on where the helo was going to come in, because we were separate, right? We were separate by terrain. I felt comfortable with the fact that we had the buildings kind of masking, that the engagement from reaching us, that we could bring that helo in, another 400 yards. But what the conversation that was happening back and forth is he wouldn't convey that to the medevac. So in the captain, which was a phenomenal, which I'd love to have him chat with you as well, Shawn, because his story is incredible as well. And Captain Ben Harrow, I think I talked to him about him in my interview. But he was over there with the other element, and it was basically just like, let's get this helo in right here. We can't move him. We don't have what we need to be able to cover the distance from what they're proposing as a landing zone. So ultimately, it was just like, okay, like, just bring them in, like right there. Wherever they feel comfortable in, we got to keep moving to them then. Since it's another, at that point, it was probably another 800 or 1,000 yards to get to the helo. And so I just remember like carrying him as far as I could and trying to hand him off occasionally. And ultimately I started carrying him and I ended up carrying him to the actual helo. I just remember setting him on the helo through the brownout and just seeing, he just kind of looked like death, man. And I was just, it was, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to see him again.
Damn.
And then, and then he takes off and it was like eerie because I think Cass had rolled in and the close air support had taken out some of the fighting positions. So like, it was just eerily quiet once the helo, was out of audible range. And I just remember going back and just feeling like, what the did we just do? Like I was just, cause I had protested going based on the intelligence, regardless of how, we knew that area was they fortified, but that report that we had gotten, like, I just felt like we could have given it a little bit more time, man. And then the fact that I thought we were potentially losing Ryan completely, not just to the mission, but to life, and I just felt like we owed him I wasn't that senior, but I mean, I'd been on the team for a couple of years at that point, and I feel like we failed. And all the stuff that the team sergeant, and that wasn't his first, like, discrepancy, right? Or negligence. I mean, the gross negligence. And, who has their tourniquets with them in the plastic, man?
Yeah.
Like, that's not preparation. That's not being prepared. That's not anything we teach. And just because you're a team sergeant doesn't mean you don't need to, you need to be the one setting the standard. And that's what actually drove me to continue to push myself to be better as the best version, professionally as I could. And I just know, and the other part too is like we had to finish the mission. It was just like there was this somberness piece, and I think we ended up clearing like 27 IEDs in that village, like booby traps, over time.
Wow.
But yeah, man, and and the other part too that was kind of like, it didn't sit well with me is like, I know we were isolated out there because this was a part of the Village Stability Operations Initiative thing that the Green Berets were trying to, reinvigorate or USASOC or SOCOM. And I get part of that, but we were isolated as far as communication, limited to certain means. But I feel like we didn't find out like how he was doing, if he was even alive for way too long.
How long?
And I to me, like if I feel like maybe we got a little bit of a report that he was in Germany and then on his way to the States, but then
over a week.
Weeks?
After that, it felt like a week.
Over a week.
Shit.
And there was just so many things that I had a very serious discussion. I had other discussions before about other negligence or discrepancies with that team sergeant. Not just me, that the team as a whole. That we were successful based on the guys on our team, and it wasn't. And our captains were always really great. But some of the breakdowns and some of the decision making is really what not forced me, but like validated, because I didn't want to leave my team, especially after that trip as well. But to go to the unit that I went to, but to be able to reconnect with Ryan has been phenomenal, and to see what he's done with it and the story and like the book, the book he wrote, and he's helping so many people with what he's doing and still doing. He's over there demining. Like it's mind blowing the selfless service that man continues to do. But that's just the caliber person that's sitting across from you, Shawn.
We're figuring that out as time goes on, man. Thank you for putting him on my radar. Seriously.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you Do you guys have anything you want to say to each other before we move on?
Yeah, bro. Like I was telling Shawn, I wouldn't be sitting here today if it wasn't for you. And I know you don't really like to hear that, but it's the truth. And so, yeah, all the way back in 2010, I'm always, we're family. You're my brother, but yeah, me sitting here on the show today started back September 12th, 2010.
Man, Ryan, I love you, brother. And I'm always going to be here for you. And you're in order for you to tell the story that I know that it's going to help so many people. You couldn't be in better hands than you are with Shawn. And the fact that this is happening to me is I'm beyond excited to watch this interview, and I'm always gonna. I just know that like Shawn's a forever friend.
Yeah.
As you're in that hot seat, sharing the best and the ugliest parts of you. It's a part of a bigger mission that Shawn's creating and executing. So it's an honor, man. And I love both of you. And thank you for bringing me into this special interview.
Yeah, brother.
It's my honor, man. I love you too, brother.
Yeah, I love you, bro.
And you're one of my favorite humans. Seriously. I'm very proud to know you, man. But hey, Kyle, best of luck to you. I'll talk to you soon. I'll call you after the interview.
All right, brother. Take care.
You too, man.
All right, brother.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, like I said, people throw around, the word hero a lot. And I'm no hero, but I've served with them. And you just got off the phone with one. Yeah. You ever heard about, just people that have worked, I'm just a normal guy working amongst heroes. That's a hero. So,
I don't think anybody that sat in that chair has ever considered themselves a hero, man.
yeah.
So it's always for somebody else to make that decision.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know?
Yeah. Heavy phone call, bro.
You want to take a break?
No, good to go.
All right, let's press on.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm on the bird now, and I remember lifting off and, looking down at the team, and I could see, as the guys were getting smaller and smaller, that was probably it for me. I would never be the same again. I didn't know how bad off I was. I didn't know how much blood I had lost, but I knew that, Ryan Hendrickson, as I knew it, that day would be different. So we fly into Tarankout, and the team that is going to meet me, apparently they were expecting a body.
Are you serious?
Yeah. A couple of my buddies were at TK and heard about the medevac, and they weren't sure if they were getting a body or Ryan, wounded Ryan or what it was. So yeah, I showed up and I'm alive, and there's some pissed dudes. It's like, you're alive? What the, and so that range of emotion and everything like that. But they're getting me towards the.
So it got to them that you were dead?
That's what they were telling me. Yeah.
How many other people did they tell that you were dead? Had any family members been contacted?
So there's mixed on that. I had asked my dad about it, and he had told me that he was given the wrong information at first, but he's glad they cleared it up. Not sure what information that was, and he won't share it.
I'm sure we could all read between the lines here.
Yeah. But my buddy Nick and Jeremy, they, whether it had come through the grapevine I can't see anyone giving an official report. Like, I doubt the helicopter would have gave a report of one KIA coming in. So I'm not really sure. But over the years talking to them, they were like, "Yeah, we thought we were getting your body." It's like, oh, okay. I didn't realize things were at that point. But so I remember getting, they're rushing to the helicopter. Everyone's running. I'm like, what is going on here? There is a lot of frantic people, and not out of control, just very controlled. But they're not wasting time, and they're starting to cut clothes. And I had on my Lucky Oregon Ducks t-shirt, huge Oregon Ducks fan. And I remember this lady went to it with the trauma scissors, and I was like, no, this is my Lucky shirt. I will take this off myself. And, I'm trying to fight her, just what I remember. Yeah, I probably was, way more out of it, but in my head, I was putting up a really good fight. And then she had said something along the lines, "Have you seen your leg? Like, how lucky is this shirt, sir? Let me do my job." It's like, I'll get another Lucky Oregon Ducks t-shirt another time. So, and then it was lights out. And so I don't remember much past that, except for when I came to the first time that I woke up after surgery number 1, or however many, I don't know. So when I came to, there was a couple guys that were in my room. One of my buddies, Dino, and then Calvin. And again, I was the new guy on the team. So, these were more senior dudes. They've been around for a while. And, but they're in my room, and it's like, "Hey man, glad you made it. Glad you're alive. Here's a note from the 18 Delta that rode with me from, when I got hit, to TK. And the note said, if you're reading this note, you're alive."
Holy shit.
Yeah. So I didn't know why he wrote that note. It didn't make sense to me.
What did it feel like reading that note?
Confused. I was very confused on what happened. Like, why am I reading a note? If you're reading this, you're alive. You made it. Like, of course I'm alive. Why wouldn't I be?
Okay.
And then it took years later talking to Kyle that I probably shouldn't be alive. So I'm reading that note, and I still have it today. I have it, in with my Purple Heart. But and then but I'm reading that note, and I'm trying to dissect everything. And I remember I started crying. And, like team guys would, my teammates, like, "Stop crying. Stop crying, man. There's going to be plenty of time to cry. Stop fucking crying. You need to get control over this. Stop crying." And so, I was trying to, okay, yeah, let's, stop. I still can't figure out what happened. I look down, I'm like, what is that? What is that down there? What happened? And so Calvin, he was on another team, but he was one of the more senior 18 Deltas in the company, and he was on another team. And he heard that I got hit, and so he wanted to check on guys in the company, and he was talking to me a little bit. But I remember Calvin told me, he said, "Hey man, we're heading out to that area too, and we're gonna get these fuckers that did this to you." And so I was trying to say, something, I'm the new guy. What am I really going to say? Like, "Hey man, be safe, watch your back," whatever it was. Just trying to have something to contribute to, that powerful message he just relayed to me. We're going to get these fuckers that did this to you. And, yeah, Calvin died that mission, along with Mark, combat controller. Yeah. So they killed a lot of guys too. Yeah. But that was Calvin's last mission.
That haunts you.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So.
Do you think they would have gone out any other way?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't. It's hard to tell because that starts to get into the line of self-victimization. Well, if I would have just done this, maybe he would be alive today. Or if I could have done this different or this, maybe he would still be here. That's, there's, our lives are like a book. The beginning chapter and the end chapter has already been written. That's up to God. When you're born and when you die. That's in God's hands. What's in the middle is up to you. How are you going to fill in those pages of your book? That's up to you. But the beginning chapter and the end chapter has already been written. Someone could say, well, what happens if you kill yourself? That was the end chapter. It was already written. That's in God's hands, not yours. And the more that I've tried to handle and control death over the years, I mean, it started off with Jason Holbrook. He died early on my first deployment, and we had gone through the Q course together. And, as I tried to understand death, and as I tried to reason with why, in the end, it's not up to you. The beginning and the end chapters of your life it's not up to you. And it's hard but refreshing when you know you don't have control. It's in God's hands. At least for me it is. So I obviously, I do get a little, I get choked up with Calvin. I'm a human being. But there were times when I used, his death as a way to make to create even more of a victim. To why, here's a husband with kids and everything like that. Like, it's not fair. And to victimize and to try and understand death. You can't understand death. It's not up to you. So,
we talked about this quite a bit this morning. Mm-hmm. I'd like to. What you're talking about is survivor's guilt. And a lot of people hear about it, and not a lot of people understand it.
Yeah.
And so, if you're willing, I'd like to explore this for a little bit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, what kind of feelings were you feeling after he died?
When I heard that Calvin died, I felt like, number one, when I heard he died, I was on every narcotic known to man for my leg and, all the procedures I was going through. But I automatically took it as it was my fault. How? There's no way it was my fault. That's the uncomfortable thought process that goes through survivor's guilt. So when Calvin died, especially when Calvin died, because of the conversation we had before he left, I felt that me getting injured was the reason why he was killed. And me getting injured put my team at risk. And me getting injured put my friends at risk. And me getting injured was the reason why people weren't going to go home to their families. Is that the case? It's not. But that's what, if you allow it, that's what survivor guilt can do to you, is you can take on that whole burden of something that you have no control over. It's not up to you. But you can take on that whole burden and make it your own. That's now every single person that got hurt or died is your cross to bear until you can't bear it anymore. Then what do? Is it alcohol? Is it drugs? Is it suicide? Then what do? Because it's impossible to bear that guilt. And it's in the word, survivor's guilt. And it's impossible. You can't live with survivor's guilt. Something's going to break. And it usually breaks in the form of suicide, as we've all seen. It does. But survivor's guilt is dangerous. And it's a victimized mindset because there's something that you could have done that would have prevented that. And lots of veterans have survivor's guilt. Thousands. And it's a prison. And it's a prison that you can't, it's dark, it's lonely. But the thing is people try to rush in and help you, and you push them away to stay in that dark and lonely place. Yeah. It's bad news, man.
How are you handling that now?
So, survivor's guilt for me, and how I handle it now is by talking about it. How I handle it now is maybe my message is going to reach one person. One person is going to hear what I have to say and maybe think twice about their path they're on or the decisions that maybe they're getting ready to make because of the survivor's guilt, because of the stress of carrying that burden. And so with me, because I do believe that the beginning and the end chapter of your life has been written, you can't control that. It's not up to you. It's in God's hands. My survivor's guilt, I deal with it through my faith and my belief that what I just said, the beginning and the end isn't up to you. It's God's plan, regardless of how unfair it seems. That's God's decision. And that helps, that calms me down. That soothes me. That is, what I need to be able to take a lot of the emotion out of it, even though it's very emotional for me to talk about. But again, I'm a human being. But I can take a lot of that emotion out of it, and I can see how I can use this message to help somebody, to give somebody that light in the darkness. Take some of that burden. You don't got to carry it alone. There's tons of us out here. Thousands of us out here. But we're not going to find you. You got to reach out. If no one knows you're struggling, no one's going to know you're struggling.
Very true.
Yep. So that's how my faith in using my experiences to help other people. That would be.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
You spent 22 years in the military, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You did 8 deployments. You've been around the SOF community for how many years now?
13.
13 years.
Mm-hmm.
In service to include outside of service?
Oh, no. Outside of service would be 16, 17.
16 years.
Mm-hmm.
So you know the community very well.
Mm-hmm.
At that specific moment in time, that operation where they went in to clear out that valley, do you think there is any other place that those men would have wanted to be at that specific moment in time, rather than clearing that valley out?
No. No other place.
Me neither.
Than next to their brothers. Yeah, you're not fighting for a government. You're not fighting for a president. You're not fighting for political or religious beliefs. You're fighting for your brothers. Left and right.
Yeah.
That's it. Simple. And I saw that day a man that was going to give his life up so I had mine. That's heroism. That's Kyle.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get into the recovery.
Yeah. That's going to be a fun one.
All right. Hey, everybody. I want to talk to you about two products from First Form. One is OptiGreens 50. The other is OptiReds 50. We all know how life can get very busy, hectic. It turns into a lot of stress. Next thing you know, a whole month has gone by and you don't even realize it because you've just been going so fast. And when you get in these situations or these little sections of life that are like that, what's the first thing that always goes to the wayside? Your diet. I'm guilty of it too. My diet goes to complete shit when I'm stressed out, when I'm busy, when life gets hectic. And you know what? The first thing to go for my diet, it's always greens. It's just how it is. I don't know why. It's just always greens. And so I started trying this new product from First Form, OptiGreens 50. These are great. They are processed with low temperature. That way they don't affect the ingredients. There's no synthetic colors, flavors, sweeteners, or preservatives. It's 100% non-GMO and gluten-free. Here's the cool thing. They come in these little travel packets now, right? So you can keep these in the truck, keep them at work, keep them at home. Open one up, dump it into a bottle of water, and there's your daily vegetables, greens, whatever you want to call it, intake, right? Then on top of that, they also have OptiReds 50, which is your daily reds intake. These are also amazing. They actually taste pretty good too. So, whether you're a busy parent, athlete, or somebody who just wants to take care of their body, OptiGreens 50 can help keep you at the top of your game. Visit firstform.com/SRS to get yours today. That's firstform.com/SRS. First, 1STPHORM/SRS, and get free shipping on all orders over $75. OptiGreens 50 from First Form. I want to tell you about this business venture I've been on for about the past 7-8 months, and it's finally come to fruition. I've been hell-bent on finding the cleanest functional mushroom supplement on the planet, and that all kind of stemmed from this psychedelic treatment I did. Came out of it, got a ton of benefits, haven't had a drop of alcohol in almost 2 years. I'm more in the moment with my family. And that led me down researching the benefits of just everyday functional mushrooms. And I started taking some supplements. I found some coffee replacements. I even repped a brand. And, you know, it got to the point where I just wanted the finest ingredients available, no matter where they come from. And it got to this point where I was just going to start my own brand. And so we started going to trade shows and looking for the finest ingredients, and in doing that, I ran into this guy, maybe you've heard of him. His name's Laird Hamilton, and his wife, Gabby Reese, and they have an entire line of supplements with all the finest ingredients. And we got to talking. Turns out they have the perfect functional mushroom supplement. It's actually called Performance Mushrooms. And this has everything. It's USDA organic. It's got chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake. This stuff is amazing for energy balance, for cognition. Look, just being honest, see a lot of people taking care of their bodies. I do not see a lot of people taking care of their brain. This is the product, guys. And so we got to talking, and our values seemed very aligned. We're both into the functional mushrooms, and after a lot of back and forth, I am now a shareholder in the company. I have a small amount of ownership, and I'm just really proud to be repping and be a part of the company that's making the best
functional mushroom supplement on the planet. You can get this stuff at layeredsuperfoods.com. You can use the promo code SRS. That'll get you 20% off these performance mushrooms or anything in the store. They got a ton of good stuff. Once again, that's layeredsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That gets you 20% off. You guys are going to love this stuff. I guarantee it.
All right, Ryan, we're back from the break, and we're going to get into how the recovery went on your leg.
Yeah, the recovery process. I tell you, you learn a lot about yourself during the recovery. So basically, going back kind of to the beginning. So I had, I'd made my way to Longshore finally. I think it took them about 5 days to get me out of country, 4 days, because of blood transfusions and stuff. Got to Longshore, and then my follow-on was going to be Brooks Army Medical Center. I found out my buddy, Captain Will Lyles, he had both of his legs blown off. He was at Brooks Army Medical Center, and so I wanted to be, with friends. And my dad and sisters all lived in New Mexico, so it was easier for them than Walter Reed. So, I'm on my way, Brooks Army Medical Center, and get there, we land over at Lackland Air Force Base, ambulance ride to BAMC, and then I get admitted. And, they start, another debridement surgery. Let's figure out what's going on here. Okay, got a good picture. I don't really know the time frame, but maybe days later, I meet with my doctor. Here's your orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Shu. And then I meet with the staff and everything like that. And they're telling me with my leg, so, we have good news. Your limb that you have right now, it's there's a lot of healthy tissue. So basically, we've got a few options for you. We're going to get back to you, and then we'll kind of talk about it. But there's a lot of people very interested in your injury. Okay, fair enough. Why? But sure. All right, get back to me. So at this point in time, they're really focusing on this thing called limb salvage. Instead of hacking limbs off left and right, maybe we can try and save these limbs because of the advancements in these different devices that work like a prosthetic limb, but you don't need to have an amputation. So with my injury, the blast had gone up through my foot, so it blew my foot in half, and then it exited out at my calf. But it was pretty clean cut. And so what my doctor was telling me is the reason why they amputate a lot of limbs is for tissue damage, not necessarily bone. He was saying, I can fix any bone. It's tissue is what usually causes the amputation or the need for amputation or bone infection. So, I had multiple visitors that had came by, and, they're talking about my leg. And so now's here's the big meeting. So my doctor, Dr. Shu, comes in. He said, "Hey, so we kind of want to do a experimental exploratory surgery on you. Limb salvage. It would basically be reattaching your leg. It's not a good chance it'll work, but the research that goes into it is going to help a lot of people. And if it does work, then that's going to advance limb salvage, research technology and everything for the guys that are inevitably going to be going through injuries like you had. Your leg is one of, is a leg that definitely should be amputated, but we think there's a chance that we can save it." It's like, well, what's the chance? 10 to 15%. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going anywhere. And Dr. Shu, great friend of mine to this day, love the dude to death. But he said, once we completely remove that limb, that's it. So we can do that. And you'll be back up on your feet again, probably a lot less pain than you're going to go through if we do this other procedure. And you'll probably be back to your unit a lot quicker than if we do this other procedure. But this other procedure can help a lot of people with what we're going to learn from your limb. Okay, let's do it. I mean, once the leg's gone, what's the worst that can happen? We finish removing it the rest of the way anyways? Okay.
Well, so, hold on. So this is how many days after blast?
This is in the 20s, September, early October.
So we're a month away, roughly. Mm-hmm. Where is the bottom half of your leg?
It's being held on with rods and everything else. Yeah.
What do you, like, it was just hanging there by a thread, right?
Yeah. When Kyle got to me, my leg was only hanging there by the skin. Like you could have cut through the skin and then grabbed Ryan Hendrickson in the leg and walked out.
So the blood is flowing back through your...
Mm-hmm. I have different compartments in there. But what ended up happening, and I don't know the full story behind it, Dr. Shu would be able to fill it all in. But basically, to keep my limb and everything contained with all the wound vacs and everything like that, just to get me back to the States. And then they can do the surgeries from there, the amputation, and then move from there. I had so much damage that they couldn't actually do a skin flap for the full amputation without moving above the knee. And so now it's like, okay, we either need to heal skin up before doing the amputation or limb salvage. And again, this is the best of my knowledge. I'm probably off on, quite a bit of the finer details, but the damage to the leg, there wasn't actually enough healthy skin to do the flap without moving up higher. Don't need to have an above the knee amputation. So let's pump the brakes real quick and see what we can do here, which turned into the limb salvage process. So when I signed that I would do, this surgery. And so, I don't remember what surgery it was. I had 27 surgeries on my right leg. But one of the surgeries I came out and I had this entire bird cage wrapped around my right leg with rods going through all 5 of my toes, rods going through the backs of my heels, and rods drilled into every single one of my bones. And it's called an X-Fix. But it looked like something off a Saw movie, like a torture device. Just like, what is this? And it's huge. But it was aligning all my bones up again. So basically what the name of the game was after that, and when I actually was ready for rehab, or physical therapy, was they lined up the tib because they said, you don't really use your fib. We don't need to worry about lining them both up. The fib can just float there. But they lined up the tibula, and now you're looking at, an inch, maybe 2-inch gap of bone that you have to grow back. And to close in all the wounds, now you have skin grafts. So my whole right leg and the bottom of my foot is skin grafts from my thighs. So now you got infection. You have skin grafts taking. You have bone growing back 2 inches. And a bunch of other, obstacles you have to get through to get to the point to where something happens with your leg. But we don't know because we haven't had a limb that bad be salvaged before. So we're going to learn. And through, when I was released for physical therapy I mean, I went at it hard. From running the trash, well, not running, gimping my way to the trash cans, puking everywhere, falling down, rods, a rod that's going into the bone, getting smacked off of something and sitting oh man, it was.
Hold on. How long did it take you just to be able to walk again?
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Let me back up some. I just outran my headlights big time. So take a pause right there, and then so as I'm in the hospital, there's a couple situations that happened. The first one was I was not a very patient, I guess you could say. I wanted results right then and there, and I wanted to know what my future was. And during this time, from when I actually made it to Brooks Army Medical Center to when I actually started physical therapy, I went through a very, very emotional and mental health crisis with myself. From survivor's guilt, like we talked, to who am I now, to now I have to actually I have time to lay here and think about the mess that I've made of my life. So a little bit ago, we had talked about, my divorce that led me to Special Forces and the trail of destruction I had led throughout my life, always being the victim. Always, it's not my fault because of this, or this. And then in SF, I was able to push all that deep down inside because the mission and we're training and, everything. I never had to face it again until I'm laying in bed in Brooks Army Medical Center and nothing but time to think. And so now I'm going through a very, very difficult struggle mentally from who am I? What is my purpose? To that should have been me all the way down, things like that. Pointless things to think about, but that's where my mind was at. And I was struggling and I wanted to give up. I just wanted to give up. But my dad, he was my caretaker. And I remember there was a point in a lot of my self-loathing that he finally said, all right, I've had enough. We need to have a talk. And the talk went kind of something like this. He said, what happened to you was bad. No one's going to argue that. It was bad. He said, it's not the worst injury in the world, and it won't be the last injury in the world. He said, I got it. But you have a choice to make right now. And we got to have this talk because you're heading in a direction that I don't think you're going to be able to pull yourself out of. He said, you have a choice to make right now. He said, you can continue to let yourself be the victim. You can continue to let this injury own you, change you, make you this injury. You will always be victimized by this injury. You will never leave September 12th, 2010. You will always be there for the rest of your life. And let me tell you what's going to happen. First of all, you're going to try and make people understand what you went through. And when they can't, you're going to get angry and you're going to push people away from you. And people are going to try and rush in because they love you. And then you're going to get more and more angry and secluded and push everyone away from you until there's no one left to push away from you. Then you're going to be further victimized because no one's there to help you. And that's when people make really bad decisions, is when they feel that no one cares and no one's there to help. So what's the point? And he said, I don't think you'll make it back from that. Or you can use this injury to make yourself a better man. You can use this injury to make yourself stronger, better. Renew your relationship with God. Remember all that stuff that you told me about laying next to the Helmand River, how you wish you didn't do this and that and this? You got the reset button. You have something that most men will never get in life, a chance to start over. You died, you're back, you can start over again. You got the reset button. You've been handed an opportunity. Although you're in such pain right now and darkness, you can't see it. You've been handed one of the greatest opportunities ever, a chance to redo. And you can make yourself bigger, better, stronger, not only for you, but to help other people. Use this injury to make yourself a better man, to help other people. And he said, you're gonna feel fulfillment like you've never seen before in your life. But he said, the choice is up to you. And if you continue down the path that you're on right now, you will kill yourself, son. Yeah. So that was one of the talks that, I had with my dad that really started to, well, okay, how do I make myself stronger from this? And then doors started opening up. Once I started to look at this as an opportunity to help other people, an opportunity to, well, yeah, maybe if this does work for me, maybe it will help somebody else that I'll never even meet again or before. Maybe this will do something that, I have no idea. But if I don't try, I'll never know. And if I never know, it's because I didn't try, and that's your fault. And so I started to really aggressively, try to, again, it wasn't that conversation. People need to understand it wasn't that conversation and I'm a new man. It's not a movie. I'm always falling flat on my face. To this day, I fall flat on my face. And I'm picking myself up just to get hit again. That's life. So it's not like this was the revelation and then the sun was shining and the seas were calm and life was great then and there, no. It's then life got hard because now instead of taking the easy way, it's easy to be a victim. That's why we have so many of them in our country.
Yeah.
The victim role is easy. The entitled victim role, it's simple. Why do I know it? Because I was. That was me. Whether it was the sexual abuse, whether it was I can't do this because of this, or getting blown up, or all this. I made myself the entitled victim. I did. I was really good at it. But manning up, changing from a boy to a man, that's hard. That's extremely hard work. And so that's when the hard work began, is now I wanted to, how can I use this to help me? How can I take the old man's advice and what do I do? How do I do it? And then because I was trying, things started opening up for me. And next thing you know, I'm doing physical therapy. I've been approved for physical therapy, and bone is growing, and the skin grafts are taken first time, and things are happening for me that I'm just like, keep pushing. And, in the back of my mind, people say, well, what gave you the drive? Was it just to help other people? No, there's two other things too. Number one, my sergeant major came in and said, I'll send you back to war if you can get fit. And number two, Taliban were laughing at me on the radio. And they bloodied me up, but they didn't beat me. So those were the two big the driving forces behind, the motivation for me to get better. And I was told by everyone, except for Dr. Shu and my physical therapist, Johnny, everyone told me, management expectation, you are done. Your military career is over. You will be medically retired. And this is it. You need to understand that because you're setting yourself up for failure. You are done. Start to figure out what you're going to do now after you recover from this and move on from the military. Yeah. Except for two people, Dr. Shu and Johnny. So, yeah, man, you want to go back? Let's make it happen. Yeah. So now I do understand the management expectation part, though. I really do. You can set yourself up for failure quickly when you believe so deeply into something that's just not going to happen.
It's the power of thought as well. I don't know if you look into any of that stuff, but the power of thought is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
And they're proving it with science as well. And that's what you've got. You've got the power of a thought, and everybody has the power of. Everybody has it. It's just most people won't access it.
Yeah.
They will take the victim road, and I mean, little unrelated. I don't want to lose place in the story, but I just want to bring something up with the power of thought. I've been watching this guy. His name's Greg Braden on YouTube, and he is I don't know what you would call him, maybe a quantum physics guy, but he talks about this study that they did with photons. Do you know anything about this? So they put all these photons in a vacuum, and they wanted to see what the photons do when people are watching them. And so they put these photons in a vacuum, and they record what they're doing. However you record photons, they record what they're doing when nobody's in the room.
Yeah.
And they act a certain way. Then they put somebody in the room watching the photons, and they react completely different. Then they try to trick the photons, and they have a human watch the photons through a camera. And they have somebody watch the photons, and they have the camera record it without anybody watching, and they still react completely different. So that just shows you that human consciousness and thought, just being around things, it changes what is.
Yeah.
And that's proof of how powerful thought and consciousness actually is.
Yeah.
And so to actually apply it to your own leg.
Without even knowing that's what I was actually doing.
Yeah, man. It's real. It is a real. People think that this stuff is bullshit. And science and technology is getting so good now that it's proving how powerful thought, prayer, consciousness, whatever you want to call it, how powerful it actually is.
Belief. Belief is one of the most powerful things in the world. If you give somebody hope, it's extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Hope is very powerful and contagious. Yeah. Yeah, it is crazy going from the percentage chance that I was getting to now bones are growing, skin grafts are healing first time. And I'm going from the hospital bed to where, I used to sneak out in my wheelchair all the time just because I got bored, and nurses just hated it. And I remember another instance, I was like, I want to walk, Dad. He's like, you kind of just had your leg reattached. Maybe not a good idea. It's like, well, I'm walking. He goes, well, we're in a hospital, so I guess if you get hurt, we're here already, so not a big deal. It's like, okay. And I got up, and it'd been months since, 2 months since I'd been, on my leg, and then kind of dragging this guy around. And oh, man, I got up. Man, I feel good. Endorphins. And I'm like, I'm going to make it to that window right over there. And, moving over there with my walker, and the window's getting smaller, and smaller. Boom, hit the ground. Passed out. And nurses, like, mad. Like, what do you guys do? I can't. We're going to have to handcuff you to the, just all kinds of stuff. Just like, Dad's like, well, boy wanted to walk. She's like, Mr. Hendrickson, he just had. It's like, I know, but he's stubborn. He's like, kind of thing. But no, I remember when I was starting starting physical therapy. And the physical therapist I had, his name is Johnny Owens, and the dude is a legend. So I had this legendary orthopedic surgeon. I had this legendary physical therapist. And then there's a prosthesis guy named Ryan Blanick, and he's a legendary prosthesis guy. So all these guys, again, going back to that, when you people will say, well, how do you know God's real? Because once I decided to start to take control over my life slowly, but start to take control over my life and start to use, these experiences and these situations to better myself, to help other people, things started to line up for me. It took me years to look back on it and it's like, how is that possible? Because it's in God's hands. And so I'm getting, my bones are growing back quickly. My skin graft is, they're like, wow, there is 0 complications with your skin grafts. This is unheard of. And next thing I know, I'm getting this entire bird cage removed off my leg. I was supposed to have it on for 2 years, and I'm getting it removed off my leg. And I think it was 8 months.
Wow.
Yeah. I had grown back 2 inches of bone, tibula, and connected the upper part of my leg with the lower part of my leg. Or I'm sorry, upper part, lower part of my leg. And, my foot, it had naturally fused together.
So the bones and everything is just growing back together just naturally?
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Yeah, how they say you grow bone is through resistance and friction. You have to pound the crap out of yourself. And so with me, the constant drills and the weightlifting and the pain that I went through, those the ladder drills that Johnny would have me doing and stuff like that. Ryan, keep pushing. Ryan, straighten your back out. Ryan, one more. Ryan, keep going. And just throwing up and like, all right, you good? You got it out? All right, let's go again. I grew bone back crazy. I mean, just fast, Wolverine fast. And, my foot and everything like that. And it's like, oh, okay, we have something here. Now I'm getting the IDEO device, which gives me, basically a blade, a running blade. And now I'm looking at, oh, wow. Okay, I've been medically retired. I fought to stay on active duty through the continue on active duty waiver. So a COAD waiver, which they were given to special operations guys because of the amount of money they spend on you for training. So, I was medically retired. I came back onto active duty through the waiver, and, I had a dead man's profile. I can't stand longer than 30 minutes. No carrying anything over, 30 pounds. The list goes on. Tennis shoes and all this other stuff. I was like, I am not wearing uniform and tennis shoes. But, so, I'm back on active duty again. I'm still rehabbing. Things are going great. Final checkup. And it's like, you're good, man. We can send you back to the physical therapist at your unit, the Thor program. You're good here. It's like, what?
Wow.
I was basically fighting for my life. September of 2010, and now November 2011, I'm going back to 7th group.
Holy shit.
It's like, yeah. I still have to clear the return or the return to war program they have there, or the return to fit to fight, or the Thor 3 program. So amazing program, by the way, hands down amazing. One of the greatest things that special operations has done for their guys, the Thor 3 program. But I still have to clear all those hurdles and be fit to go back to a team. But I'm packing up vehicles. And I'm driving from San Antonio, Texas, back to Crestview, Florida. I don't like to use the term I should have been dead, because you're not dead. So then you shouldn't have been dead, because you're not, you're here. I should have been is a way of kind of victimizing yourself to something. But after a very catastrophic injury, that could have killed me. Now I'm on I-10 heading back to Crestview. And I'm going to be checking into my unit and checking into the Thor 3 program and seeing what happens from there. And I was just, it was the power of hope, belief, having people backing you up, that tribe mentality. You know, I mean, we all, especially special operators, we thrive off of the tribe mentality. We do. And having hope and taking back my life and refusing to become a victim of my circumstances, refusing to let that victimization take my life over. It almost did. Very close. But now I'm starting to take my life back. And now it's all sunshines and rainbows. Except for life has something to say about that. So I'm heading back. Life is great. Check in to Thor 3. Finish up a grueling 2-month-long process with them. Very hard. And now I'm cleared to go back to an ODA.
Wow.
When I was told my profile says I'm non-deployable, I have a dead man's profile, and all this other stuff. But 7th Group was able to override that the Warrior Transition their profiles on me. 7th Group could basically take the responsibility, say no, he's good in our eyes. So I had worked kind of worked some not backdoor deals, but I came in at the right possible time. My company had already left for Afghanistan, and the same company I was with when I got blown up, and no one really knows me back at 7th Group. There's skeleton crew, rear D's back there, but no one really knows me. And so, because I was new before then.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of guys getting injured and killed in 2010. So, okay, who are you? So I never really brought up the injury. I just, hey, I got hurt. I was cleared through the Thor 3. Here you go. Here's this. All right, the group surgeon signs off on it. I'm deployable. I'm heading back to Afghanistan. Sergeant Major said if I could get cleared, he'd send me back to war. So I'm just going to help him out and head back before. So I, so my date for return to Afghanistan is March, and fly back in and show up, and I'm expecting ticker tape parade and everyone's lined up to wow, you did it, you're the greatest thing ever. No, I got there and I got the what the are you doing here? It's like, what? No, I'm cleared to deploy. I'm sorry, what? And so the company sergeant major was very upset that I had returned. But the battalion sergeant major who made this promise to me was like, well, I did make a promise. So they're trying to figure out, well, what do we do with this guy that shouldn't even have a leg right now? Like, what do we even do with him? So this is March 2012. And the regiment had taken quite a few wounded and killed so far. And they were undermanned on ODAs all over Afghanistan. And Sergeant Major said, hey, I told you I'd send you back to war. I'm a man of my word, but I hope you're ready for this, because where I'm sending you is probably one of the worst places in Afghanistan, but they need you. I said, okay. So you're going to Panjwai District, Kandahar Province, 2012, right before the massacre. It's like, okay, it sounds cool. And he goes, yeah, you know that old saying, careful what you wish for? He's like, be careful, Ryan. It's a bad area. And anybody who's been to Afghanistan knows about Panjwai. It's a bad area. So, that was my return trip from everything I'd went through up to that point, whether it was all the surgeries, the rehabilitation, the physical therapy. Now I'm in Panjwai district, Kandahar province, before Bales committed that massacre, killing all those civilians.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So there's no easing into this.
No. And then probably 2 weeks later, he did that. Villager said, turn him over to us. Said no. He said, okay. Good luck. And there were so many kids lost their legs that year in Panjwai. Infantry guys that were with us, they were taking casualties daily. The ODA up from us in Bellenby, they were taking casualties. Yeah, we got tore up in Panjwai. It's a nasty place. But that was, I had made it back.
What was your mission there?
I was still in 18 Charlie. So I was doing route clearance is a bigger package. I was doing clearance for, for the assaulters or whoever. So it was back to having a metal detector with my Afghans, and then we're clearing up in front of everybody as we're moving towards whatever objective we're going to. So it was back to IEDs again.
Damn, man.
That first one I found, I thought I was going to pass out on it. I was uncovering it. It's like, there's the yellow tape. The yellow tape over the pressure plates. Trace the wire around. It's like, there's the wire. Getting a little woozy here. And then the Afghan that was with me said, Ryan, we just blow it. It's okay. I said, all right, we'll just blow it up, man. But that trip, I removed a lot of IEDs that trip. Oh, Panjwai was nasty place. But I'd made it back. And I keep going back to this as we're talking, I made it back. Now it's sunshine and rainbows, or life is great. You just did it. And then life does what it does, just beat you down again and again, because even though, and I'll, as we continue on, you'll start to see kind of where my life has come from there. But even though I had made the choice I didn't want to be a victim. I made the choice that I wanted to take control over my life and do, use my experiences to make myself stronger to help other people. I didn't quite have as good of a grasp on that as I do now, but I knew something bigger was working in my life. What exactly it was, I don't know. But there was something bigger. There was a purpose. I just didn't know what it was. And, but I still had those old demons, the things that were still haunting me from either my childhood or the, the way that I had made myself a victim for so many years. And then it's real easy, just to say, God, why is this happening? Oh, it's happening because I went through this and this happened to me. And so it's easy to go down that victim role. It's so easy. Then you're trying to steer and you're just going all around the path. But 2012 was a great confidence boost for me as far as getting back into it, getting back, there was one mission we went on, that we called it Hilltop 2000. And it was 2,000 meters in elevation gain in about a click. So you're going pretty much straight up. And, not only did my leg hold out, but I was helping guys carry their gear to the top. So there was situations like that were big confidence boosters for me, that a lot of people that are listening may be like, yeah, man, so you got your shit straight. You're back on track. But I was still not actually dealing with my demons that I had. I was just using, one victory or one situation or burying myself into whatever in order to avoid actually having to deal with who Ryan Hendrickson is. What is Ryan Hendrickson? What are you supposed to be doing? And so the 2012 trip finishes up. We do, multiple trips to South and Central America. And then there's a volunteer position that opened up with another company that was going to Afghanistan. They said, hey, we need an 18 Charlie. It's like, yeah, I'd love to go back to Afghanistan, 2016. And, so we do the normal workup for it and everything like that. And we deploy, and our first mission comes down. We're supposed to do a village clearance in Baghlan province. It's like, okay. So, we get everything ready to go. And this is weeks, packing up everything. Okay, now it's time, load the birds, get everything. All right, now we're flying actually to where we're going to meet our partner force. And it was NDS and commandos. So now met up with our partner force. They brought us up to, they called it OP Burns. It was this hilltop that overlooked the valley. And we're just sitting there watching this intense firefight in the valley unfold between Afghans and the Taliban. And it's like, wow, that's a hotbed. They're like, yeah, this, every time we go down there, we get just destroyed. So what the plan was the ODA was going to infill in under the cover of darkness, but in Afghan Humvees and stuff like that. And so the Taliban would think, oh, this is just normal Afghans again. Let's chew them up. And then we'd bring in, all of our air power and just destroy them. Great plan. So go through everything. Now it's kickoff. Okay, we're heading out. It's 11 o'clock at night. We're driving nods. So driving down these roads till we get to our dismount. So now we're dismounted, moving forward to the first objective. But before that first objective, we have to clear through this orchard. And orchards, as you well know, are nasty. Mm-hmm. Nasty areas. So it's myself, and I have 4 Afghan National Mine Reduction Group guys with me. And we had trained together. One of the guys, his name was Abe, and I've known him for multiple deployments. He'd saved countless amount of American lives. And then Bez Mula is another guy that I've known for a while. And so I have these 2 guys on my team, plus Jaweed and Khan. And we're moving forward, and it's like, okay, we've got to the orchard. The assaulters, they're going to set up security, and we're going to move into the orchard and start to clear the path to the first objective. Okay, done this hundreds of times. All right, let's go. So we start pushing into the orchard, and all of a sudden I see this flash of light and hear this loud pop. So everyone hits the ground. It's like, what was that? Was it a sniper? I mean, what's going on? It's 1 o'clock in the morning at the time. So, myself and Jaweed was in the front, and he's trying to pull this tripwire off him. And he had just hit a tripwire IED that was a grape shot charge in the wall that was right next to us, and it didn't go off. The blasting cap popped, but it didn't initiate. It didn't initiate the explosives to then send out the bolts, nuts, nails, rocks, and everything else that was coming our way. And so, when we investigated a little bit, we found that there was a chunk of mortar shrapnel that had basically disarmed the grape shot charge in the wall.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And so, okay, get the blood pressure down a little bit. All right, we're good. Keep moving forward. And it probably 15 more steps. And I see we're at a turn in the trail, and I see this object dart from one end of the compound to the other. And then Abe, he goes, Ryan. And then this PKM opened up. And we hit the ground. And when the PKM opened up, it felt like you could reach out and grab the flame that was coming out of the barrel. It felt that close. And so we're pinned down in the front. We're returning fire the best that we can. This guy keeps jumping out. And, well, first of all, I had my IR strobe on because I was the lead, the flot. So I had my IR strobe on, and over ICOM chatter, the Taliban are talking about, hey, that's the American, capture or kill the American. We have them cut off because they had us in an L shape. So the assaulters were cut off from us in the orchard.
Shit.
So they can see me. So I was like, oh shit, they got nods. So, I took off the IR strobe and I threw it as close to where that PKM was at in the mud hut wall. I threw it as close to that as I could get. And then I'm laying there and rounds are hitting everywhere. It feels like hot bacon grease just all over your skin. And I keep, sending a few rounds downrange. I'm laying on my side, and then I roll back over and lay on my side. But this guy, he would jump out and just, Allah Akbar, and let an RPG fly. But he didn't have nods, so he didn't know he couldn't quite see where we're at. So it's hitting around the trees and stuff like that. And he shot off 3 RPGs, but every time the PKM gunner would stop. And so I saw him this last time, and I remember, you remember the thumb triggers for your laser?
Yeah.
I remember I hit my laser when he jumped out again, and his midsection was right in the middle of my laser.
No kidding.
And yeah, I would like to say, it's super cool guy, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. No. I put like 30 from the kneecaps all the way up to the forehead. Yeah, I wish I could.
PKM guy?
No, that was the RPG guy.
Okay.
I wish I could make it sound cool, but I was scared. My adrenaline was through the roof, and I dumped the mag on him.
Sounds cool to me.
But then the PKM starts back up, and we're getting reports that these guys are trying to cut us off in the orchard. And our JTAC, our combat controller, he was on the radio, and he's like, "Hey, we have to drop." And they said, "We can't. It's danger close." And so when they actually took my position to where the PKM was at, it was 22 meters. And so they needed I think it was a 3-star approval. And this is 1:00 in the morning. So we're pinned down in this position for like 5 minutes. That's a long time.
Yeah.
And just fighting for our lives. And finally the approval they're approved to drop. And so the JTAC comes over the radio and he's like, "Ryan, this is going to be big, man. Keep your head down. Good luck." It's like, good luck? Why would you say good luck? That's horrible. But I'll never forget he's like, "Keep your head down, man. Keep your head down. Good luck. I'll let you know." And it's hard to hear him over everything. But finally I hear the aircraft overhead and he's like, "Weapons release, man. Good luck, brother." Boom. And I felt like my skeleton had walked out of my body and kind of like turned around at me and like slapped me and then came back into my body again. I felt like Jello. That blast. I mean, I remember when it hit, I looked up. So I was in a defilade on like a motorbike road, wider than a trail, but still enough for a motorbike. And there was about 6 inches of defilade on each side. So I was low. And I remember when it all passed over me and the mud hut walls are dropping around, or not walls, but parts of it, chunks that would probably hurt really bad. Tree limbs and everything just falling down all around me, and nothing touched me or my guys. We got dust and stuff like that. But it was like there was this halo over us because I looked up and it was like, that's like a 50-pound chunk of wall right there.
Holy shit.
And so I remember getting up and we're staggering back. We're trying to run back. The assaulters have now, they were able to, the Taliban that were trying to flank, they're all dead. And so now it's like, okay, we're trying to stagger our way back because they're going to hit it again. And yeah, this time they hit it, we were 85 meters away. And I remember my head was just pounding. And I looked over at the JTAC and And he's like, you're alive. I can't believe you're alive, dude. I thought and all that other stuff. And I was like, man, how big was that? 250 pounds? He goes, that's a 500-pound JDAM we just dropped on you, dude.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
22 meters away.
Yep. Yeah. And that was in the very beginning. And so, I started to get my wits about me. Okay, now send in the commandos, the assaulters, and they're clearing the compound. We're coming in after them. And I'm just like, I'm trying to shake it off. Okay, all right, let's do this. And we're seeing, you got Taliban are dead throughout the compound and stuff like that. It's like, okay, here's compound, whatever number it was. Now, sun's up now. Well, it's coming up. It's probably like 5 a.m. And now it's time to start moving through the rest of the village. So, the team sergeant said, hey, man, do you need to get medevaced? You good? It's like, I'm good. Yeah, good to go. Let's keep moving on. Adrenaline's still pumping, stuff like that. But I didn't want to leave my friends. It wasn't a heroic thing or this, like, I'm a tough guy. I didn't want to leave my friends. Why, if I can still walk and still do the job, then I don't want to leave my buddies. And so we continue on through this village, and I think I blew up myself 20 some IEDs, and the Afghan counterparts they blew up over 50 in this village alone. Like, this village was completely rigged from 107 rockets that are. You hit a pressure plate over here, it launches a 107 rocket from down there. This was a nightmare. Trenches, bunker systems, everything. And so we found out that this was a big suicide bombing staging point for suicide bombers to go into Kabul. So we get to LOA. LOA. All right, now we're going to start our withdrawal process. Yeah, I had we'd had some pop shots here and there, but nothing substantial. So, the team sergeant and the team leader are talking to the commandos, their sergeant major and team leader, and saying, hey guys, we just took this village. We need to hold it. Like, we need to leave guys here. And they're like, we're not staying here. It's dangerous. You guys stay here. Well, no, we're not staying here either. The mission was we clear it and then you guys hold the ground. They're like, we'll die if we hold the ground. We're leaving too. It's like, well, all right. Well, amongst this entire argument, the first sergeant, the commando's first sergeant came up and he said, and through a interpreter, he said, hey, we got guys moving this way now. It's like, well, how many guys? I don't know. They keep popping in and out of grape rows and tunnels. It's like, uh-oh. And it wasn't much after that to where the entire road we were on, it just erupted in dust getting kicked up everywhere from the rounds that were coming in, and then RPG whizzing by, and the amount of firepower that was put down in that area we were at, it was deafening. And so now we're jumping into ditches and we're getting prepared. We're trying to figure out, number one, what's going on and where are they hitting us from? Okay, we're getting hit from the front. Okay, now we're getting hit from the left. Okay, now we're getting hit from the right. So we're in a U shape. And they're not shooting each other because they're behind cover. And so we're getting hit from three different sides. And right off the bat, I can see two Afghans laying in the road. They're dead. And then we can't get to them. It's just there's a lot of fire coming down on us. But now we have 3 wounded Afghans. Okay, and then I have 3 other Afghans over here. Okay, guys wounded over there. Okay, we need to get to our trench line because we can actually crawl this trench back, and it's full of water, which means that there probably won't be IEDs in it. So let's stay in the water. And let's move back to find other Americans. It's me and it's Frankie right now. We're the only 2 Americans in our position. Like, this is not good. And then we hear the dreaded noise, the release of a mortar round. And then boom, mortar round hits far. Second mortar round hits far. third mortar round hits near. So what happens after that? They're about ready to split the difference.
Yep.
And so it's time to move. So run across the road, grab the one Afghan by the hair, yank him out of the ditch because I was like, come on, they won't move. Yank him out of the ditch. The other two follow, run to our ditch. Now we're moving south. We're heading back down towards where I can see our medic, Joe. He's down there waving, come to us. So we start moving down. We're carrying two of the Afghans with us. All right, get to our first established CCP. All right, let's start to figure out what's going on here. Afghan, bodies are starting to come in. And then we hear the worst call in the world. Eagle down, eagle down, eagle down. It's like, well, okay, who? We don't know his roster number yet. Another radio call. Eagle down, eagle down, eagle down. Roster number so-and-so. Eagle down, eagle down, eagle down. Roster number so-and-so. That's 3. Eagle down, that's 4. It's like, holy shit. Like, we're getting guys hit left and right. Americans and Afghans. And so now we're bringing, we're getting Americans to the CCP, and the far side of the CCP, Taliban comes up out of the trench line, starts engaging us in the CCP.
Wow.
So now we got to fight that off. The mistake they made is they were engaging us at like 85 meters. And so air came in and just mopped them up. But we had to move because guys were coming out of tunnels. And so now we're moving to another location where we see a pretty big portion of our Afghan commandos at, and they're waving us over. So we're trying to move them over. Got our casualties all over there, and it's crazy. You have mud hut wall and then a mad dash for like 25 meters because as you're running across the road, it's just, the rounds are just hitting. And then, okay, now you're within this compound wall. Okay, good to go. Medics are going absolutely, they're just working one guy after another. And then that's when you're seeing, all right, put him over there. He's dead. Okay, put him over here. He's this category. He's that category. We still can't get medevac in. Area's too hot. And so we're trying to get control through air support. But as the Apaches are flying over, they're saying, who is who? Like, who is who? The Taliban are in your lines. We're engaging dudes at 5 and 10 meters now. And that's just stuff you hear about or you saw in a movie. That doesn't really happen in Afghanistan. You're engaging dudes at 150, 200 meters. But now guys are coming up out of trenches and stuff, and you're fighting guys in your own lines. It's like, holy cow. So finally we're able to get separation, get our Afghans back, and this is ours. Get our Afghans back. Okay, now we have our new security perimeter set up. We've neutralized the mortar tube. 81 millimeters has been neutralized. Okay, good to go. Now let's start getting medevac in. Okay, got medevac coming in, getting the most critical out first, whether they were Americans or Afghans. The people that were most critical were leaving first. And a lot of respect for that too, because we were all there fighting together. So now it's men, weapons, and equipment. We're getting told to withdraw. Like, leave this area. Dudes are coming in fast. Get out of here. We're gonna bomb this entire place. Okay, men, weapons, and equipment. All right, we're missing 4 guys. Shit. We're missing 4 guys. All right. Okay, so first guy, where's the last time Afghans pointing over at the last CCP? Go there, and he had been killed in the corner, and no one saw him there in the corner. So he had gotten hit and kind of slouching in the corner and died. Okay, now we're missing 3 guys. There's another guy that was in the trench line here. Okay, we got him. Now we're missing 2 guys. Where is Abe? And where is the Afghan Commando Sergeant Major? We don't know. When's the last time we saw Abe? 500 meters up the dirt road towards the Taliban. Man. Shit. No one gets left behind. We have to go get him. No one gets left behind. And so, the risk versus reward conversation is had / argument. And it's basically, hey, man, I understand no one gets left behind, but we're risking lives to go and get them. Yeah, I understand we're risking lives to go and get them, but if we don't go get them, we also have another problem on our hands of green on blue. Well, then they're Afghans. They should go get their own guys. They're not going to. But if we don't go get their own guys, now we have a problem. We have to go get them. No one gets left behind. So our JTAC said, hey, I got an idea. And I know this is going to sound something out of a movie. I'm sorry. But he said, those 2 Apaches, I'm going to have them do a gun run up the road, and we're going to take off running behind them and get to that last place. And he was like, I hope this works because they got fuel for this, and that's it. It's like, okay. So it's like, all right, here they come. Apaches are inbound. All right. And that cannon just like, ooh, geez. And I was like, God, please help my leg hold up. I got to get to Abe. Help my leg hold up. And we just took off running down that road. And the Apaches were doing their, it was like a dream. Kind of, you were just kind of out of it, but you were moving forward. And we got to the last bridge where I had last saw Abe at, where our LOA was. We'd gotten to that last bridge, and I looked over to the right-hand side, and he was floating there in the water and dead. And then the sergeant major was next to him, dead.
Damn.
And they were in muddy water, but they had bled out so much that it was red. So, all right, we got the last 2. Now we got to get them out of this 6-foot ditch, and we got to get them back. And man, bloody bodies are hard to grab onto, and the mud and everything. And man, we're struggling to get them out. Finally, get Abe out, get the sergeant major out. All right, we're moving back, and we start heading back. All Americans. Yeah, we went out to get our 2 Afghan brothers. And then other Afghans saw us coming back with them and started running out to help us and stuff like that. But we went back for Abe and the sergeant major because of our belief that no one gets left behind. And we are willing to fight and die to bring back one person because of our belief structure that no one gets left behind. And we did. We did him right. We got him home to his family. The Taliban were going to desecrate the bodies. We got him and the sergeant major back to their families. And that was the 2016. We'd been on multiple missions after that, but that was the biggest fight I've ever been in my life.
Bev, how long did that fight last?
About 18 hours.
You get a Silver Star for that, correct?
Yeah. But no one got left behind.
That is fucking incredible. I wish the rest of the country had that mindset when we were pulled out of Afghanistan.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I've definitely, I went back to Afghanistan after that 2017, 19 to 20, or I'm sorry, 18 to 19, 20 and 21. And in 2021, we definitely, in 17 and 18 and 19, we did great missions. But my mission in 2021 as a contractor, I was, I had retired in January 2020, and I went and I contracted. And so I was a counter threat contractor at the time. And we were armed contractors, so we went out on missions and stuff like that with ODAs or MARSOC or whoever it was. But my job in 2020 was base closures. 2021 was base closures. And that's a weird weird feeling, especially after you have done what you've done. Blood has been spilt, brothers have been lost. And the ending result of it is we're closing down bases, handing them over to the Afghans that 100% do not intend at all to hold these bases, which will then fall into the hands of the Taliban. And where that American flag used to fly will now be the Taliban flag. And so I started out at New Antonik in Helmand and then Dwyer. We closed down New Antonik, closed down Dwyer, Calf, and then Bath. And I left out of Bath. And going up onto the perimeter walls in Bath, you could see the Taliban flags flying everywhere. Conducting GDA patrols when in 2020, when we were in the peace agreement with the Taliban, I was at Dalkey, and we were conducting GDA patrols and Taliban flags everywhere. And the new guys, they didn't understand it. But it was something else. And then 2021, watching the Taliban move through all the areas that we had, that people had freedoms and the ability to earn a living for themselves, to take care of their families the way they want to raise their children and live their lives on their own terms was gone in a blitzkrieg. It didn't take them no year or 2 years, whatever these people in Washington were trying to say would take the Taliban if they ever were able to do it. It took them months. A couple months. And I sit back now and I look at what we did in Afghanistan and the lives that were changed there. And I see that Al-Qaeda has resurfaced there. And different terror groups are still fighting for control, whether it's ISIS fighting the Taliban or you name it. What did we do? That's a hard question. And that's going to lead into a lot of mental health struggles. It already has. Yeah. It has, and it's going to continue to lead into a lot of mental health struggles that a lot of people have.
It's going to lead into a lot of things, man. Mm-hmm. It's going to, who's going to serve the country?
Yeah.
All the people that did serve the country, that's the mental health.
Mm-hmm.
How's the world going to see the United States now we've abandoned yet another country that we invaded and promised to make better, and we left them to die?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's hard for me to go down this road, man, but the consequences that this country is going to feel from the way that we acted when we pulled out of that country, we're going to pay for that for a long time.
Yeah. And it started with those 13 heroes that were killed at Abbey Gate.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to it.
I don't either.
I don't think anybody does. But I know
the answer is to hold these fucking politicians accountable.
Yeah.
There's no accountability in this country anymore for the elites, for the people in politics. Look at this shit. They're just running around fucking rampant. Mm-hmm. They don't even give a fuck anymore. They don't try to hide it. They just shit on every fucking thing.
And they don't have to hide it because they have pushed an agenda in our country that we no longer understand that they work for the people. They are elected by the people and they work for the people. And nobody knows that anymore. Nobody understands that our elected officials are elected through us to work for us. I don't think anybody understands that because I'm watching it. I watch it unfold on the news daily. How are you not held accountable for this? Don't have to be. You fucking kidding me? I'm better than you. You're just part of the population. I'm the government. Yeah, I can go down some real dark holes with that one, but
we all know what it leads to.
Yeah.
You don't even have to say it.
Yeah.
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
At Grand Canyon University, they believe that the military men and women are the unique among the uncommon. You fought for our freedom. Your bravery and leadership are celebrated by all Americans. GCU matches your commitment to excellence. With our counselors specializing in military benefits and over 260 flexible degree programs online as of March 2023, GCU makes higher education possible for our nation's protectors and their families to pursue your next journey. GCU salutes you. God bless America. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, and affordable. Visit gcu.edu/military. If you like spice, I got to tell you about this new product I've been checking out. It's called Firecracker Farm Hot Salt. I've been putting this stuff on my steaks. It is the perfect amount of heat. You basically put it over top, comes in these cool push grinders, push the button, some hot salt comes out. The flavor is incredible. It's not too hot. What I really like about Firecracker Farm, other than the flavor, is it's a small family-owned business. It's just Alex and his family. They've gone all in on this one product. And here's another cool thing. They donate to organizations like Operation 300 and the Pipe Hitter Foundation. Once again, the flavor is seriously amazing on everything you put it on. You can go to firecracker.farm/Shawn. You're going to get 15% off your first order. Ladies and gents, like I said, this is a small family-owned business, so supplies go fast. Once again, that's firecracker.farm/Shawn. Check them out. All right, Ryan, so we just wrapped up some contracting work that you were doing and had to do with the Afghan withdrawal. And so now you're kind of transitioning out of a combat role and back into civilian life. How's that go for you?
So the transition over from doing the contracting job, Afghanistan is closed down. I'm actually still a contractor at that point, but there's no real mission in sight. Next thing maybe would be Syria or something like that. But now, I have time to actually, again, the one thing we were talking about from the hospital, time. I have time to think. I have time to kind of dissect everything. And the big topic there is Afghanistan. Afghanistan has had a major portion of my military life from 2010 to 2021. And so now what? And so with time to think, I also, have time to kind of bring back up a lot of those things that we had talked about from earlier that I've always kept myself so busy in my life to where I never really had to face who's Ryan Hendrickson. Even in the hospital, it was, okay, I have plenty of time to think. I'm going through, the mental struggles that I was. Now I'm going to bury myself completely into rehabilitation and physical therapy. And I'm going to continue to move forward with this. Life is great. Life is good. But I still haven't quite addressed things from my past, whether it was a childhood trauma or, my earlier life or the destruction that I created throughout my life, being this entitled victim, to my injury, and a lot of that, the mental, I guess, for better lack of words, the mental minefield that I was constantly navigating myself through. So I'm sitting there, and I remember it's January 2022, and I'm supposed to deploy again in May of 2022 to Syria as a contractor. And it's January, and we're watching this, this buildup at the border in Ukraine. And so the world is watching, wondering what's going on. And no one, they'd been building up for a while. And I didn't really think too much into it. But, along with watching, that buildup at the border and this agonizing question, who am I? What am I? What is my purpose in life? And then having to figure out, who Ryan Hendrickson is, and to turn those past traumas and experiences into something that I can use to help other people. Now I'm kind of sitting at this, November, December, January timeframe of 2021, 2022. And I'm really starting to, purposefully dig deep into who I am as a person, and how can I use my experiences for something more than this. This can't be it. This contracting job, it's not fulfilling. I'm not doing anything that's really, I'm staying in my comfort zone. I haven't stepped out. I'm doing this job because it's a paycheck and it's a comfort zone. So February 2022 rolls around. Tensions are getting a lot hotter at the border, Ukraine and Russia. And I'm watching things unfold, but still I'm in disbelief. No, there's no way. February 24th, 2022, Russia escalates the conflict. So the conflict started in 2014. 2022 was just an escalation of that conflict. And I remember, like a lot of Americans, I was watching the TV and I was watching these events unfold where two nations were going at it. This is a near peer war. This isn't an insurgency. It's not, a rebel movement or anything like that. This is a war between two countries. And so as I'm watching all this unfold, I start to feel this nagging like desire that I need to get over there and do something, but I can't. I'm a government contractor. What am I going to do? Am I going to go over there and fight? Am I going to what am I going to do? Ryan, no, stop. The old man calls up. He said, "Hey, I'm watching the news." Yeah, me too, Dad. He's like, "Don't even think about it." I said, "Think about what?" And he goes, "You know exactly what." He's like, "Don't even think about it." He said, "You've done your part. You don't need to go over there and fight. Don't even think about it." So I was like, "Okay, well, I wasn't thinking about it, Dad." I was like, "Damn it, I was." But then I started talking to one of my buddies. His name is David Cunningham. And his family founded the missionary organization YWAM, Youth with a Mission. And so Dave and I have gotten really close. And we had been, we were talking back and forth. And I said, "Yeah, I feel lost right now." And this is the beginning of March. I said, "I feel lost right now. I feel I feel like there's a higher purpose for me, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what I can do. And I'm still, I'm still kind of running from demons or chasing demons, or I'm trying to get a handle on who Ryan Hendrickson is. But something about Ukraine is just, it's pulling at me, and I don't know why. And he's like, well, what do you want to do? So I don't know. I mean, I feel like I should go over there, but I don't know if I want to fight. I've done enough of that. I was like, there's got to be something bigger, something, I don't know what my purpose is. And he said, well, I can help you figure it out. I was like, what are you talking about, Dave? He goes, yeah, we got a YWAM campus in Kyiv. And the people that volunteered to stay behind, they're running buses to all of the suburb areas that the Russians are coming into and evacuating people out. It's like, they've never been to war before. They could probably use your help, just to stay alive. It's like, would you want to do that? And it just hit me like a ton of bricks. So I quit my contracting job, and I headed over there in the middle of March. And it was like a Robin Sage exercise. All right, man, you're going to fly into Krakow, Poland. You're going to meet up with this guy so get from the airport to this hotel. You're going to stay at this hotel 2 days. You're going to meet up with this guy. He doesn't speak English, but he's going to take you to the border. Then you're going to get dropped off and get with another guy who's a border expert. I was like, border expert? All right, cool. Really great guy, doesn't speak English. You'll be fine. It's like, okay, great. So then you're going to get to a safe house. Another guy's going to pick you up and bring you all the way into Kyiv. And then you'll link up with the YWAM guys and start to work. Any questions? I was like, I've been through a scenario like this before. It's called Robin Sage. So, all right. So, of course, it's like, all right, job's been quit. Dawn, my wife, she's strangely extremely comfortable with it. Like, yeah, this is a good cause. It's like, no, you're Ukraine. Yeah, I know. It's a good cause. You're going to help people. Ukraine. The Russia-Ukraine, the war. I know. Okay. And so I head over there, and of course the plan goes as plans always go. Guy shows up 5 hours late, get to the border, and then, I'm able to get across fairly easily. The border guards are like, American. Okay. And then those two words that I hate the most, good luck. It's like, God bless America. All right. So now safe house, and then Ukrainian who turned out to be one of my good friends, Max, picks me up, and we're heading to Kyiv. And Kyiv is a ghost town. No traffic, no vehicles, nothing's moving. It's like, holy cow. So I get to the YWAM campus, get some sleep, and they say, hey, we're doing a run. Did you bring the body armor? It's like, yeah, I brought body armor for us. It's like, cool. Do you know how to drive a stick shift? It's like, yeah. It's like, okay, you can drive this. We're going over to this place and we're going to bring women and children out. Oh, like right now? Yeah.
Wow.
Like right now. So hit the ground running with these kids. They were all low 20s. And they wanted to help so badly. And their way of contributing was to evacuate women and children out of areas that the Russians were moving into because men had to stay and fight. And so now all of a sudden, I'm sitting here and we're evacuating people out of the suburbs of Kyiv and a little bit further beyond, but it got a little risky if you started heading to, if you try to skirt around the Russian lines, you could find yourself in a bad situation really quick. So we were staying in areas where we had clear, withdrawal is a military term, but we had a clear way out if we needed to. If it got, and there was a couple instances where Ukrainians, would stop us, shut all lights off, Everyone's real quiet as that Sioux fighter flies overhead or whatever it is, But for the most part, it's just we're going to these areas and these families that are just been ripped apart by war. The wife and the kids are saying probably their final goodbyes to their husband as he's being armed. At that point, here's an AK. You guys are leaving. You're going with them. And I'm watching all this unfold. And I'm seeing the worst and the best of humanity. I'm seeing the purest and the evilest. That's not really a word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Of humanity. People are charging in to defend their homes. And we're charging in to evacuate out their families. And so now I'm starting to see that the mental health struggles that I've had, whether it was my childhood or, my injury or what other self-induced, entitled, victimized pitfalls that I've fallen into throughout my life, I'm starting to see that none of that really matters right now because I'm doing something that's bigger than myself. I'm doing something that is helping other people, and I'll get a thank you, but that's it.
Yeah.
I'll never see these people again. I won't even know whatever even happened to them. And all of a sudden, I'm starting to feel this purpose to my life and this reason for Ryan Hendrickson. I'm starting to see this rough outline of who Ryan Hendrickson is. And everything that had happened to me, whether I did it to myself or it was done to me, now all of a sudden, it's not fading away. It's always going to be there with you. One of the biggest mistakes people make in their mental health journey is they want the situation that happened to them in the past, whatever it was, whether it was a rape or it was abuse or it was a traumatic injury or it was losing a buddy in combat, whatever it was, people try to make it disappear like it never happened. I want this out of my mind, out of my life. This never happened. I'm done. How do I do that? You can't. It's impossible. And they will fight so hard to make this situation like it never happened instead of understanding that it did happen. And there's nothing you can do about it. This is a part of your life. Now you're at the forks in the road like my dad told me. Are you going to use it to make yourself stronger and help other people, or are you going to become a victim of it? And that's where a lot of the breakdown happens with mental health. But I was laying back at night after a mission, and we're unarmed. We're just going in. There was one point in the chaos of the initial invasion where the Russians were coming this way and we were driving this way on a road. And I was like, those are Russians. Yeah. It was because the lines were blurred. But I was laying back at night and you can hear the explosions in the outskirts of the city. And you can, you would just listen to it and hear it. And I was laying back at night and I just remembered, I was that fulfillment that I was getting, that I did something that was bigger than myself. I did something that was making me the man that I wanted to be when I was laying there next to the Helmand River. And I looked back in disgust at who I was as a man. March 2022, I was proud of myself for once in my life. First time in my life.
That's the first time you've ever been proud of yourself.
Yeah. First time in my life, I had a purpose and I was proud of myself. And my mental health, from there, the purpose grew. Now the Russians are moving east. and civilians are coming back to their homes, and they're hitting mines and they're hitting booby traps. This is something I understand this world. I understand this pain. That child doesn't need to go through the pain that I went through. That's not fair. They're the innocent caught in the middle. I can help with this, whether it was from just basic awareness in the beginning of April of 2022 is like, hey, don't touch this, stay away from this. Yep, I would probably, no one come into this place, it's rigged for sure. To now I'm helping, people with detectors. This is how you use this detector. This is how you handle this mine. This is how you do this. And when I was getting ready to come home in May of 22, I looked and I said, you know what? This is who I am. This is my purpose in life. And I have this purpose because of September 12th, 2010. I understood why God put that IED in that doorway for me and why he had to bring me to the brink of death in order for me to become the man that I am slowly, but I'm becoming today. That was God's wake-up call. You're f***ing up. This is going to hurt really bad, but I need to get your attention because there's something bigger for you. You have a purpose and you're not fulfilling it. It's going to hurt, but trust me, this is for a reason, Ryan. And I saw that play out. My dad said it to me in the hospital room. You have the golden ticket. This will change your life, and you're going to change so many other people's lives. Then I came home, and I did. I started up the 501c3 I have now, and I've been back to Ukraine 5 other times removing landmines.
You've been there 5 times or 6 times?
6 total.
6 total.
But 5 removing landmines. So I came back, and I just started helping civilians out in their areas. Where's a mine at? I can help. I can do this.
Now you have a perspective that not a lot of us get, going to war. And I don't have this perspective. I don't think anybody I know has this perspective of what war's like. You are the only person I know that has this perspective, and I find it very interesting. What is it like in the middle of a war when you're not on any one particular side? We had spoke at breakfast, and you're not there to choose sides. Mm-mm. You're there to save innocent people who are caught in the middle of war. What is that perspective?
You ever heard of strength through vulnerability?
Yes.
Strength through vulnerability is what it is. I am becoming the man that I think God had planned for me and I'm becoming stronger through the vulnerabilities that we have. And our vulnerable state is, I go into these areas unarmed and we remove landmines, booby traps, explosive devices, and we're not armed. We don't take sides. We are there for the innocent civilians caught in the middle. And I've been told multiple times, that's insane. You're an idiot. It's like, all right, I got it. Or do you have a death wish? Or, keep believing God's going to save you and see where you wind up. That's fine. My belief and my faith goes back to the beginning and the end. Chapters have already been written. It's up to you to fill in those middle chapters. And I'm filling them in the best I can. And the end, my life's going to go on for a long time. But this new, the chapters that I'm filling in now are not full of pain, despair, destruction, hurt, anger, guilt. They're full of helping people and strength and just courage and forgiveness and empathy and healing. That's what these chapters are now. And again, I didn't know who Ryan Hendrickson was before February 24th, 2022. And I found who I am and what I'm meant to be and what God wants for me. I found that finally. People is like, well, I'm just an old dog in the fight. I'll never change. Yes, you will. You can. My dad changed. He went from a shotgun underneath his neck to the man he is today, who raised the man I am today. And I changed from an absolute monster, a self-entitled, victimized monster, to what I'm doing today. That's, the fact that when people think that, I'm never going to change, this is who I am, that's another way of victimizing yourself. You already, you're making yourself the victim. And so, yeah, the vulnerabilities of doing what we do. And I don't do mine on the front lines. Like we're back 15, 20 kilometers from the front. We've been in areas where they'll start hitting it with artillery and then you just leave. It's like, yeah, I don't want to be a victim here. So I'm heading out. But yeah, I mean, it's the strength through vulnerability, the doing something that's bigger than yourself, regardless of the cost, helping people that you'll never see again. You don't know who they are. You may get a thank you. But you're helping them because a lot of people abuse the term, it's the right thing to do. What's the right thing to do? Like, what's the right thing to do? Hitler thought he was doing the right thing. Stalin thought he was doing the right thing. Like, what's the right thing to do? But when you're helping people out because of your belief and your faith that this is what you're supposed to be doing, I mean, there's a huge power to that. And it revolves around having a higher purpose. But I could not have gone Ryan Hendrickson Brooks Army Medical Center. I couldn't have gone straight from the self-entitled, victimized Ryan Hendrickson into this. I never would have took the chance. I never would have saw the doors open for me. I had to take control over myself. I had to take responsibility, like my dad said, for my actions. Who the fuck are you? Who are you to try and like push what you think other people should be doing? Okay, so yeah, you got wounded here, or you had this incident happen here, or this happened to you. Who are you to try and force people to fill your entitled void through pity for you and all these these accolades that you think you need from somebody else to build you up because you think you deserve something that is so far beyond what anybody else gets because of an incident that you think you went through? Who the f*** are you? And who made you God? You're not special. You are a person just like everyone else here. Regardless of what path you chose in the military, first responder, I don't care. Name the job. Regardless of the path that you chose, you're no better than that guy over here, and you're no better than that person over here. We are all human beings. Who made you God that you're going to force these people who are trying so hard? Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You don't understand. Thank you. They're trying hard, but no one will ever fill that entitled void in you because you won't allow it. You will suck people dry. You will push people away from you unless you take control over your own life. A lot of the mental health problems we have right now is people want the solution given to them without any work. They want this. Do you know what I did for you? Do you know I served our country? I've done this. Your freedoms are because of me. You wouldn't have the freedoms you do unless it was for me. And go down that whole rabbit hole of entitled mindsets that a lot of veterans give and they put off to a community that does support. But they don't allow, because you keep wanting more and more and more, because the entitlement void will never be filled. And as you want more, people start to move away from you to where now you're secluded. You're alone.
Well, I mean, those are damn good points, and I'm going to say, man, you came at a perfect time, because I've been talking to my wife about how the veteran community continues to victimize themselves, and it's a fucking tough nut to crack. I don't. Excuse me, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit on some of these things. While I do, I understand, especially, I'll say it, especially the special operations community is the most entitled community in all of the military, maybe even more than pilots. But and it's because, we did bust our ass to get there. I mean, it was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, the Q course, buds, whatever it is. We talked about training at the beginning, and your opinion is we do have the most capable special operators on the planet.
Yes.
That does create a lot of entitlement. I think that in the veteran community in general, I think there's also a certain amount of resentment that a lot of us feel as well, especially when we just watched, or in your case, took part in the Afghan withdrawal.
Yeah.
And you see half of the country, is all about how that went down. They're just great. It's okay. They saw it happen. Maybe they're pissed off for 5 minutes, but hey, by the time they wake up in the morning, they fucking forgot all about it. Because did it affect them? No, it didn't affect them.
Yeah.
The fucking 20 years of war, did that affect them? No, it didn't affect them. And that shit bothers me.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm self-entitled. I mean, I've worked for every fucking thing I've gotten.
Yeah.
I mean, you see how the show's run. It's me and you sitting in here in the studio. I run this shit. I have an awesome team behind me, but it took me a long time to fucking build that.
Yeah.
But I still struggle with resentment, from the American population that's sat on their fucking ass and didn't done shit and allows this bullshit in our country to fucking go on, like the Afghan withdrawal. I'm tired of that shit, and it builds a lot of resentment. And I can tell you right now, the hairs on the back of my fucking neck are standing up right now, because it makes me so fucking angry that I ever put my ass on the line for 50% of the fucking people that live in this country who are self-entitled fucking turds. With that being said, and that's just my opinion, but I do think there is I just said it, I went through it, I think there's a certain amount of resentment that a lot of us feel, and maybe it's justified, maybe it isn't, but, there are a lot of weak fucking people in this country, a ton of them, and it bugs us.
Yeah.
With that being said, I'm 100% on board with you when you're talking about victimizing. I mean, that we had I wish we would have had the conversation we had at breakfast here on camera, but
Yeah.
I mean, I see it all the time. And the tricky thing with the veteran community is this shit is coming in waves, because it was, I mean, shit, I got out of the SEAL teams in late 2006 and then spent the better part of a decade at the agency contracting over there, going to all the same shitholes I went to in the military and seeing the exact same stuff. And so I guess what I'm saying is there's 20-year time period where guys are cycling through, and it's a multi-generational war, you know, that we just got out of. It's the only war that you could have joined and gotten out and had an entire career of combat. More than World War II, more than Vietnam, more than any of them.
Yeah.
An entire fucking career, 20 years from enlistment to retirement and more. And so you're seeing these waves of vets come out, and it's all, you know, it's a struggle in the cycles. You know, they just keep starting over, and we're going to see, you know, the last cycle here soon. Of guys coming out. But, you know, I pay attention, you know, and I think that there are a lot of vets who don't want to move past their service. You know, they think they've hit the pinnacle of their existence at a young age. And man, if you give that period of time that much, that profound of a whatever, you know, that's the pinnacle of your existence, then everything after that is downhill.
Yeah.
You know, and I went through that. I'm sure you went through that. Hey, well, I'm at the pinnacle. Made it through the Q course. Your leg, you got a silver star for, you know what I mean? I mean, there were a lot of pinnacles, you know, that you've overcome, but you keep climbing and you keep outdoing yourself, you know, and I think a lot of vets, they get because of the news and what other vets are putting out and the struggle, and everybody knows the VA system's a complete fucking disaster, and everybody knows we get treated like shit, and you know, and where we are the probably, well, I don't want to say this, but I'll say it. We're probably one of the communities that are treated the shittiest, flushed down the fucking toilet and forgotten about quicker than anybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch the news, and every other community, demographic, whatever the fuck you want to call it, of people who are victimizing themselves or they want reparation, whatever it is, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all media covers it. Doesn't matter what demographic, what group of people, what fucking sexuality, doesn't matter. They'll cover it. Veterans, fuck them.
Yeah.
Shit on them, flush them down the toilet. We don't want to talk about this shit. You know, and so you can either victimize yourself because of that, or you can fucking overcome it and do exactly what you're saying. But what I see is a lot of guys that they make a career. That's their new career, is victimizing themselves. And it's like, you know, I think that minus all the trauma, you know, that everybody's seen at war and reintegrating back into civilian life, you know, veterans, minus the PTSD and the TBI and all of that and the suicide epidemic that's going on. And I mean, it's a huge problem.
Huge.
You know, but two things that vets struggle with, especially coming out of the special operations community, is the inability to reinvent yourself. You know, that's a big,
huge.
The inability to reinvent themselves. I mean, and to continue to develop as men and women. You know, it's a lot of the development I've noticed, it stops at the end of the military career or on that last combat deployment. That's where the development stops because they get stuck in that life, and they know they're the pinnacle of war fighting, and they can't find a way to develop into the pinnacle of something else, you know. But it just starts with a fucking step, one step, you know, in another direction, and leaving that baggage behind, and I know that's hard. I know it's hard. I did it.
Yeah.
You did it. You know?
You got to take responsibility for yourself.
Just about everybody in this that sat in that chair from the military has done it, has figured out how to do it. But then you see you have to want to get better, man. You have to want to leave that shit behind. And even a lot of influencers that I respect, that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, I still see them doing the same shit. Influencers, whatever. Influencers, I hate that word, but
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
But, people with a big presence, with a big audience, I'm fucking rooting for them. And I don't say this publicly to any of them because it's not my place, but inside I'm like, man, you've got eventually, each and every one of us, I feel like it gets to a point where it's like you have to stop addressing this problem and move on. Like, you've made your mark, you've donated, you've coached, you've helped, you've talked about it, you've done everything you can. Now it's time to move on and prove to your audience that you can move on from this shit.
Yeah.
Or, what I do is veterans will always have a spot in my heart, man. I am one, you know what I mean? And I do know the fucking struggles. And I like to concentrate on the guys that are getting out. But, for my personal development, my personal development was, I went from being a contractor to teaching tactics to interviewing former colleagues and men and women like yourself to, all right, I got to keep developing.
Yeah.
I have to keep developing. And so I bring on other guests, and I broaden my network, and I talk about other issues. There's more issues than just the veteran community. Now I'm getting involved in this anti-sex trafficking movement and sex exploitation and all this shit that's plaguing our fucking kids, which are the future of our country. 1 in 4 girls is molested in this fucking country, as per CDC, which I don't trust the CDC. So it's probably worse. 1 in 13 boys is fucking molested.
Yeah.
There's you have to develop, I guess is what I'm saying. You have to develop, and you have to broaden your horizons and move into other areas. And that's just how you can develop as a person. And the veteran community really struggles with that. I think a lot of professional athletes struggle with that too, when they think they've hit the pinnacle of their life.
Absolutely.
And I think I used to not want to admit there's a lot of similarities, because how fucking hard can it be going from being a 18-year-old basketball player to making $20 million a fucking year, and then you want to listen to your bullshit sob story about how you blew all your fucking money?
Yeah.
But I do understand being the pinnacle of a certain occupation.
Yep.
And then it goes away, and you have no fucking identity. You have to do exactly what you're talking about. Who is Ryan Hendrickson?
Yeah.
Who is Shawn Ryan? I don't fucking know, because everything that I thought I was is now gone.
Yep. And everything starts with a purpose. You got to have that higher purpose. And veterans, in order to be able to even realize that you need to have a higher purpose to know who you are as a man or a woman, you have to be able to take control over yourself first. The fact of the matter that half the country gives two shits what happened in Afghanistan. They don't care. They don't know the sacrifice. They don't know the suffering. But part of that healing for yourself is the understanding that you can't force them. You can't force the sheep of this country, because we have a lot of them. Mm-hmm. You cannot force them to ever understand what you went through, because they're not going to. And there's no amount of talking. There's no amount of lobbying. There's no amount of force that will ever make somebody understand something that is incapable of it. Therefore, as that human being, as that veteran, you have to be able to understand this and be able to fill that void in yourself that your entitlement has created. A lot of veterans fall into the entitlement hole. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've done for you. And it's going to get worse because of Afghanistan. And a lot of us have a good reason to feel that way. But the problem with entitlement is it creates victimization. Because you're never going to be able to fill that entitled void. It is impossible. You can't do it. We have a whole country of victims. That's why I know it's impossible. Because we have a country of people that will never leave victimization. They will always be the victims. I'm not talking veterans. I'm talking a country.
I know what you're talking. Yeah.
And so, but the veterans plague themselves because they do have a right. They do have a rightful complaint and a bitch. Do you know what we just did for us to do this? We're at a very dangerous time in the veteran community right now because of Afghanistan. It's very dangerous, and it is critical that veterans take control over their lives and start to fill that gap through a higher purpose. You have to heal yourself before anybody else can help you. It is impossible for anybody to fill that entitled, victimized, that entitlement gap that you have that is leading to the victimization of yourself. It is impossible for someone else to fill it. You have to work on yourself in order for me to be able to help you. You can't call me up on the phone after you just blew through 3 bottles of Jack to tell me that life isn't worth it and you're fucked up. What are you doing for yourself to, as the military would say, unfuck yourself? What are you doing for yourself? How are you trying to take control over your life besides calling multiple people after you've already burnt through a bunch of booze, telling them life isn't worth it? And you can't, you're never going to amount, just the, I get fired up over it because it's a lot of people want this solved by somebody else. I did this for you. Now you do this for me. It doesn't work that way. There's the 3 F's in life. If you're not feeding someone, financing them, or them, guess what? You aren't going to, they can't do anything for you. You can say until you're blue in the face, thank you for your service, or, hey man, I'm really proud of what you guys did, or anything, or hey, yeah, you guys deserve what you got, whatever it is. There's no amount of talk that will ever fill your entitlement void. You have to do that yourself. And then once you realize that and you start to work on yourself, then you can start to appreciate and actually use the help that other people are giving you. You can use it to benefit yourself, to make yourself stronger, to help other people. And through helping other people, you find that purpose in your life. People ask me, is there a cure for PTS or PTSD? And I said, yeah, there is. It's finding something that's bigger than yourself that helps other people out and doing it. Your purpose in life is what you're doing right here. I've been thinking about it the entire time we've been talking. God is working through you in crazy ways. Like this message, the message of people like me and all the other guests that you've had on here, that message is changing people's lives everywhere. You went through however many years of your life looking for who Shawn Ryan is, and this is Shawn Ryan, giving people the platform to tell their stories, to come out here and shed a few tears, to get emotional, to show that we're all fucking humans, regardless of what special, whatever you were. We're still human beings. Fears, anger, despair, depression, happiness, guilt, all that. We're all still human beings. And with that purpose, now all of a sudden, that entitlement void, it's starting to be filled. You're not entitled to it. You're not victimized by it. You're taking control over things because you're helping other people. And to me, that's what saved my life. I could have been one of the 22 a day.
Yeah.
I could have easily been one. I saw it as a viable option. That's dangerous. Well, you know what? If shit gets any worse, I know what I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a dangerous mindset. I could have done that. I see why guys do it. That's bad. And it's because you lack that purpose for your life. You operated at this level when you were here, and now you're here. Who am I? I used to do this, but now you're trying to you're not letting this go. You know, people need to know what I used to do. People need to understand who I was. I need this same sort of fulfillment in my life. I'm just this right now. I need this. This is gone, brother. You can't ever get that back. You have to find your new purpose. You have to find that new, who you are as a human being. You'll always have this, but that's not who you are. You know, I'm not Ryan Hendrickson, Green Beret. I'm Ryan Hendrickson. That's it. And I've done this, and I've done this, and I've been here, but I'm working myself up here, and I come back down here, but then I build myself back up. But all of it revolves around you as a human being. You have to have that higher purpose for your life, or else you're going to sit down here wishing you were back up here, climbing and falling down that slippery slope. And you're never going to achieve this because you don't understand that this is gone. This was a part of your life at one point in time, but this is not who you are.
Every single person who's up here worked their ass off to get there. Whether even these people that have had everything handed to them their whole life, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That appear to be up here, they're miserable. If they didn't earn their way, I mean, how am I saying this? When you put it up here, people think of, what do they think of? They think of success. They think of
athletes,
the rich,
stars. Yeah.
athletes, people with a big following. Yeah, but there's a lot of people up here that didn't earn their way up here who are just as miserable as all the people that are still victimizing themselves because they know damn well they didn't earn their way to the top.
Yep.
They're just a chump.
Yep.
That wound up there. And they don't even know what to do now that they're there.
Yeah.
And I would think that's even more miserable than you know what I mean, than being down here. Yeah. But up here, what it really is it's peace. It's what your old man said. Mm-hmm. That story that you told me at the beginning. Yeah. You got two guys.
Yep.
Sitting on a porch in a chair, and one of them didn't take any risks and just coasted through life, and the other guy failed, succeeded, went through heartache, went through hard times, went through good time. He experienced life to the fullest. Yeah. And then you got the chump.
But what the guy in the wheelchair that was fulfilled, he's been at this point before in his life. And when this point was done, he moved on to the next point that was up here. Yep. And the next point. If he stayed stuck in this point, he never would have left from down here.
Yep.
And then the regrets of letting life pass you by. And I wish I would have. Why didn't I ever move on from 7th group? Why didn't I ever move on from September 12th, 2010? What if I would have and then go down that whole list?
It's sad. It's sad to see. It's sad to see it. And I want to say something too, backtrack, and then this is totally unrelated, but, I'd mentioned, there's the resentment, back to the resentment that veterans feel, and especially with the Afghan withdrawal and the direction that the country's going. Look, I said 50% of the country didn't give a shit. Well, there's also 50% of the country that does give a shit.
Yep.
And, and I will say another thing, we're all being fed a bullshit mirage right now. Mm-hmm. There are more people that give a about where this country's headed and how shit has gone down over the past however many years, and there are more red-blooded, patriotic Americans than you think there are. It is the media and the corporations that are putting this mirage on that make it appear that more of the country thinks like them. That's not fucking true. You can see it in stock prices on these different corporations. You can see it in ratings on these news outlets.
Target.
You can see it in the ratings on this show. This show hit number 4 not long ago. Today we're back up to number 10 out of all fucking podcasts. Dude, we're just above 60-something episodes. We're just above 60 episodes. This shit doesn't happen.
No.
That's how many, and it's not me, and it's not you, and it's not everybody else that's sat here. It's the fucking audience. They want to see this stuff. This is what they're into. This aligns with their values. This aligns with how they think the country should be. This is how they picture the country. And you don't hit number 4 out of 60 pod. We hit it at 58. We hit number 4 at 58. Now, I don't know. I think we're at 65, and we're back to number 10 again. And, that's not to brag. That's to give hope, man.
Yeah.
Because that is how many people are aligned with the values that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I agree with you completely.
They're looking. It's just hard to find because media is corrupt, political's corrupt, corporations are corrupt, and they're trying to force everybody into that agenda.
Yeah.
And we're not having it.
No, I agree with you completely because I watched what happened with Target. Who else took one of the just catastrophic hits? It was Bud Light. They got smacked. And there's a car deal. I think it was Ford, maybe, or.
I'm not even aware of that one.
Yeah, there was.
But it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Everyone, you know what I mean? It's if you look through the smoke, you will see this shit is a fucking mirage.
Yeah.
It's not like that.
No. And it shows. That's the reason why I do know for people that are suffering, with mental health and stuff like that. And they first of all, stop watching the news.
Yeah.
Stop, man. It's propaganda. It's media propaganda. But the people that are suffering with it, I'm telling you, you don't need to. You can figure out who you are, and there's tribes out here. We're a tribe mentality. There are so many Americans that are here to help, that are here to help you with that purpose. But they're not going to come find you. And that's what I tell veterans all the time. You have to want to be helped.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't do it for you. You can't do them for them.
Nope.
You have to want it. And a lot of, we talked about it today at breakfast. There's a lot of people, they do not want out of that victim mentality because it's easy.
It's easy. It's comfortable. And we promote it in our country. Look at our movies. Look at our TV shows. Everything is drama, victimization. Listen to our music. Look at what we're pumping our kids with. What you listen and watch is what you're going to become. Yeah. And we love the drama, the victimization, the entitlement. Look at what we're doing as a country. I mean, our country is full of victims. Full of them. It's just, but we still, I believe, the majority are not like that.
Yeah, man. It just, like we were talking about earlier, nobody's going to get you out of whatever you're in. Nobody's going to get you to the top. And even if somebody did get you to the top, nobody's going to respect you once you get there because everybody knows it was handed to you.
Yep.
Because you're a chump.
Yep.
And so get off your fucking ass, quit feeling sorry for yourself, and start making some changes.
Yeah. Yep.
That's how you do it.
100%.
Say it again. get off your fucking ass and start making some changes.
Yep. Doors will open for you once you take control. I promise you that.
Yep. But, well, Ryan, what a great discussion, man.
This has been amazing.
I'm just so happy that we got to meet and that Kyle Morgan connected us. And
me too.
And man, dude, it's an honor to have you sitting in that chair across from me. And
it's an honor to be here.
I hope we stay in touch.
Oh, we will. I
really do.
We will.
But how can people get in touch with you? How do they donate to your cause? I love what you're doing over there in Ukraine. I especially love that you're not. It's got to be hard to not pick a side, you know, when you're in the middle of a war zone. But you've chosen the side of the innocent, and I mean, it's just amazing, man. What you're doing. How can we donate?
The landmineremoval.org. That's our website right there. So, and we buy detectors and landmine removal equipment. We bring it over, train up Ukrainians on it, and then we go out. We demine with them for a couple months. That's my way of vetting them to make sure that this equipment is going to continue to remove landmines out of civilian areas, and then I donate it all over to them. And then I come back, fundraise again, buy more equipment, go back over, do it all over again. So
how much is one of those landmine removal devices?
So a Che detector would be $2,400.
$2,400?
Yeah.
How many mines have you?
1,765. I'm not counting.
Holy shit.
I'm not counting.
Did you just say 1,765? Dan, is that just you, or is that the people you've trained too?
No, that's four of us.
Fuck, man, that's a lot.
Yeah,
that's a ton.
You know what's bad? It's nothing.
Barely putting a dent in.
Not even a dent. If you put a drop in the bucket, it's the most minute drop. You didn't even put a ripple in the water. That could be one field in Ukraine.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that. How many kids do you think you've saved by?
I hope a lot.
Yeah, so there's definitely a ripple, man.
Yeah.
There is definitely a ripple. Maybe you didn't get all of them, but you got a lot of them in the right places. You know, and there's a lot of kids.
Yeah.
And women.
Yep.
And men walking around today that wouldn't be, because you're out there doing that.
I hope so. Yep.
There's no hope, brother. You're doing it. That's a real thing. But anyways, Ryan.
All right, brother. Yeah.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.